ಸಶಕ್ತರನ್ನಾಗಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಜನತೆಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಿರು ಹಣಕಾಸು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು ತನ್ನ ಗ್ರಾಹಕರೊಂದಿಗೆ ಉತ್ತಮ ಪಾರದರ್ಶಕತೆ ನೀತಿ ಸಂಹಿತೆ 2007ರಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಲಾಯಿತು. ಈ ದಿನ 12ನೇ ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಂಬರ್ 2023ರಂದು ಆಕ್ಮಿ ಶೃಂಗಸಭೆ ಆಯೋಜಿಸಲಾಗಿದ್ದು, ಈ ಸಭೆಗೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿರುವಂತಹ ವೀಕ್ಷಕರಿಗೂ ಹಾಗೂ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತರಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರಿಗೂ ನನ್ನ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾದ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಿಸುವ ಸಮಯ ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತ ಭಾಷಣ ಶ್ರೀ ವೆಂಕಟೇಶ್, ಸಂಸ್ಥಾಪಕರು ಮತ್ತು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಾಪಕ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರು, IIFL ಸಮಸ್ತ ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್.
Distinguished guests, esteemed delegates, and ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. It's an honor and privilege to extend a warm, cordial welcome to all of you to the Microfinance Summit 2023. Today, we gather not only to celebrate on the progress of impact of microfinance in our great state, but also to explore as we unveil the much-awaited sector report on microfinance. I'm also pleased to we have distinguished founder members of ACME with us, Mr. Samit Ghosh and Mr. Salimat along with us. The sector report will be availed today represents a comprehensive analysis of microfinance landscape in Karnataka. It not only provides us insights into the challenges, achievements of our sector, but also paves the way for informed decision making, ensuring that our efforts remain targeted, impactful, and sustainable. Portfolio of close to around 47,000 crores. It also shows the impact which we have gotten over a period of time. So with this regard, the report unveiling will happen. We'll have a simulating panel discussions lined up, featuring industry experts who will deal with the future prospects of microfinance in Karnataka. Their insights and discussions promise to be illuminating, offering us a glimpse into the evolving dynamics of our sector and strategies that will drive its growth and impact in the years to come. Ladies and gentlemen, microfinance is not about providing financial services, it is about transforming lives. It is also about empowering individuals and communities, enabling them to break free from shackles of poverty and chart their own destinies. Karnataka has been at the forefront of the transformative journey, and Microfinance Karnataka Summit is a testimony to our collective commitment to this. Welcome you all to this summit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. ACME has a greater role and cause for the Microfinance Karnataka Summit 2023. I cordially invite Mr. Vivekanand N. Salimat, Chairman, Idea Financial Services Private Limited, to introduce ACME.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to stand before you to briefly explain the journey of ACME and what ACME is all about. As you all know, Karnataka state plays an important role in the financial system of the country. So it is the second highest GST provider to the exchequer of the country. And it is also known for cradle of banking. Many banks started from Karnataka, which indicated that while it is in the forefront of developing wealth, it also made efforts to distribute the wealth also for the people with smaller economic means. Most of the banks like Syndicate, Canara, then Vijaya Bank, they all started catering to the small people. Similarly, you are also aware that banking, institutional finance to the poor started with the self-help group movement, again emanated from Karnataka, from Mairada, in the year 1982. Initially, it started in a slow way, but then that moment caught on, and most of the South Indian states started adopting SHG as a model. Simultaneously, similar experiment was carried out in Bangladesh as a Grameen model. It also came into Karnataka, and somewhere in the year 2004, 2005, so both the models started existing. Initially, when the Grameen model was introduced, it was felt among some circles that it is a competitor, that it will destroy the ecosystem of SHG movement, etc., etc. At that point of time, some conflict arose, but good sense prevailed among all the members, and when such incidents were to be countered, we, especially Samit Ghosh and Suresh Krishna from Janalakshmi, Radha Krishna was there, we felt that this has to be addressed in the BUD itself. Therefore, when we interacted with various stakeholders like government, Reserve Bank of India, NABARD, etc., they were a great help. At the same time, they said, it is better that you come in an organized way than coming as an individual institutions. Therefore, we thought of forming an organization. Initially, we approached the then Sadhan, but then the constitution of Sadhan did not allow for a chapter in a state. Therefore, we said, while we can be members of Sadhan, we can also start an association of such microfinance practices in Karnataka. So it is first in the state, and it is a model. So it all started in the year 2006. So, and first and foremost thing that we tried to address was that there should be awareness among all the stakeholders. So how do you create this awareness, and how do you remove the misgivings, if any, some of the officers of various government, banking industry, etc., etc. Therefore, we thought of integrating ACME into the mainstream institutional finance of Karnataka. We requested the SLB and Grace ACME as a full-fledged member of FS, also among the first. Similarly, in every district, as you are now, there is a district consultative committee. ACME is also part of the district consultative committee. Like lead bank scheme, one of the members of ACME is also part, we have designated them as a lead MFI of every district. So they will coordinate among all the MFI and interact with them. So therefore, this is the first step where the infrastructure of social interaction came into. And now, whenever certain issues came, for example, in Kolar, somewhere around 2009, there was an issue. So at that point of time, we had to create social awareness. So ACME, first test of its strength was in Kolar. So how it was to be, how it has to be, how various program went on. So whenever there were certain, all these things were addressed. Also, the issue of financing by NBFC, it being a state subject. So all along there were difficulties, there were legal, various in various courts. But in Karnataka, we were able to persuade government, convince them that this is a program where regulated entities of RBI were there, and various issues were in sub judice in the case in Kerala and various other states, it's before High Court and all that. But the Karnataka government understood these issues and they were quite benign. He says we will not, and informally they informed all the regulatory authorities where they were supposed to take action. They were convinced as long as RBI regulated entities are doing this program, we will allow these things to function. So these are the interaction that ACME had with various stakeholders has helped the state move in a very systematic manner. So ACME has also been in the forefront in educating, especially in financial literacy and code of conduct. It has been taken by ACME very seriously, as a result of which every year in every district such programs are held and all the government officials are invited so that they are aware. If there are any issues, the district administration will first interact with the lead district manager, who in turn will interact with ACME. If there are any misgivings, they are addressed. So therefore, the Karnataka microfinance has been a smooth ride. Whenever certain issues have been there, they have been addressed properly. So as a result of which, you can see systematic growth of microfinance has emanated from Karnataka. It and also given rise to the new financial institutions like small finance bank, like Ujjivan, then Jana Small Finance Bank, and so these are also headquarters in Karnataka. So therefore, like in commercial bank or nationalized bank and various other institutions, Karnataka also is leading. So therefore, this ACME has completed more than 10 years, as a result of which a program has checked out to see that it is documented properly, where we requested Srinivasanji and a research team to assess the impact of such microfinance activities that all these institutions or member institutions have been carrying. And that book is going to be released, and several various sessions have been lined up. So with this ACME has become a role model in the country, and based on this, various other states have started. So whenever they want to start something, they will come to ACME to understand how it all functions. So it's a model whereby a lot of competitors, 27 competitors are there, but then when there are common goals, all the competitors come under one roof and interact with this. And it, out of the 47,000 crores of business, half of it again is SHG also. So both the models, both SHG model, JLG model, individual models are all flourishing side by side without creating any conflict. Therefore, I congratulate all the members of ACME for creating such a beautiful institution. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for giving us a bigger picture of ACME. It was both enlightening and vivid. Dear guests, here is a special video chronicling the story of ACME and the journey thus far. Over to the presentation, please.
Catalyzing positive change through inclusion and enterprise. With over 1 crore customers served in Karnataka and a 46,000 crore loan portfolio, here's the inspiring story of ACME and the impact of microfinance.
What is important was the self-help group allowed the woman to protect their savings. It protected the saving of the family. So woman brought the saving and we managed to put in the common fund and we put that money in the bank. Savings is a traditional habit, but the protection of savings is what self-help groups did.
Communication, collaboration, and partnership are key to ACME, and its 27 member institutions have played a pivotal role in aiding Karnataka's growth story over the past 15 years by championing financial literacy and inclusion, supporting government initiatives like NRLM, PM Swanidhi, and Mudra, and prioritizing grievance redressal.
ಫಸ್ಟಿಗೆ ನಾವು 2005ರಲ್ಲಿ ತೆಗೆದಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಲೋನ್, 10,000 ತೆಗೆದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅದರ ನಂತರ 25,000 ತೆಗೀತು, ಅದರ ನಂತರ 30,000 ತೆಗೀತು, ಅದರ ನಂತರ 50,000 ತೆಗೀತು. ಅದರಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದೊಂದೇ ಉಳಿತಾಯ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದರಿಂದ ಲಾಭ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದರಿಂದ ಬಡ್ಡಿಯು ಕಟ್ಟಿ ಸಾಲ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊತ ಹೋಗಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಈಗ 2 ಲಕ್ಷದವರೆಗೆ ತೆಗಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. 2 ಲಕ್ಷ ತೆಗೆದ್ರು ಪಾಗಾರ, ಮನೆ, ದನ, ಮಕ್ಕಳದ್ದು ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲೇ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೇವೆ.
By strengthening rural entrepreneurs and improving their quality of life, we have helped millions build a better life and brighter future for themselves.
ಮಗಳ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ಗೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾನು ದುಡಿಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನ್ನ ಮನಸ್ಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಳ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾನು ಲೋನ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡೆ. ನನಗೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ತಗೋತಾ ಹೋದೆ ಹಂಗೆ ನನಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದೇ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಹೋಯಿತು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಮಗಳ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ನು ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊತಾ ಹೋದೆ. ನನ್ನ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ನೂ ಒಳ್ಳೇದಾಯ್ತು.
Beyond the world of credit too, our members have helped revitalize communities through healthcare interventions, disaster relief, COVID support, financial awareness, WASH programs, skill-based trainings, education initiatives, and much more, helping the industry strike a balance between people, purpose, and profits.
ಸಾಲ ತೀರಿಸಲಾಗದೆ ಸತ್ತರು, ಆತ್ಮಹತ್ಯೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡ್ರು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಭಾವನೆ ಬರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸಾಲ ಅವರಿಗೇನಾದರೂ ಕೊರೋನಾ ಬಂದು, ಮಳೆ ಅತಿವೃಷ್ಟಿ ಅಥವಾ ಮಳೆ ಕಡಿಮೆಯಾಗಿ ಅಥವಾ ರೋಗ ಬಂದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಯಾವುದೋ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ಕೃಷಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಷ್ಟ ಆದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪರಿಹಾರ ವಿಮೆ ಇದೆ. ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ವಿಮೆ, ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ವಿಮೆ ಇದೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೋದು. ಆದರೆ ಬಳಸೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಳಸಬಹುದು. ಅದಲ್ಲದೆ ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ ಗಂಡ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಪೌತಿ ಆದರೆ ಆ ಹಣವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಸುರಕ್ಷಾ ಮೂಲಕ ನಾವು ಹಿಂದೆ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು, ಪ್ರಗತಿ ರಕ್ಷಾ ಕವಚ ಕೊಡ್ಬೋದು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಸಾಲ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಶೂಲ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಸಾಲ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಪ್ರಗತಿಯ ಬಂಡವಾಳ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಪುರಾವೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಈ ಸ್ವಸಹಾಯ ಸಂಘದ ಸರಿಯಾದ ಕಲ್ಪನೆ ಬಂದಲ್ಲಿ, ಗ್ರಾಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಇದ್ದಲ್ಲಿ, ಸ್ವಸಹಾಯ ಸಂಘದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯ ವ್ಯವಹಾರವನ್ನು ನೆಮ್ಮದಿ ಜೀವನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಮಂಜುನಾಥ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದವನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ.
There's much to be celebrated about the journey thus far, but the truth is that our story has only just begun. Today, as we set our eyes on the future, let's strive to work together to impact communities through microfinance across Karnataka and beyond.
Thank you, team, for the inspiring presentation. Request Mr. Samhit Ghosh, founder and non-executive director, to light up the lamp. Request Mr. Venkatesh, Mr. Vivekanand N. Salimat, Mr. Srinivasan, Mr. G.J. Menon, and Mr. Uday Kumar to join Mr. Samhit Ghosh.
When the invocation descends into the heart, it illuminates the darkness within. And if there is light, it only brightens. Mapa Season 19 contestant, 16-year-old Mohit Bekur, a junior of the Carnatic Shastriya Sangeeta, currently pursuing his first year PU for an invocation of the Almighty. By Mohit J. Bekur.
Hello, check. Hello, check. गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि गानचतुराय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने गानोत्सुकाय गानमत्ताय गानोत्सुकमनसे गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदैवताय गुरुकुलस्वामिने गुरुविक्रमाय गुह्यप्रवराय गुरवे गुणगुरवे गुरुदैत्यकलाक्षेत्रे गुरुधर्मसराराध्याय गुरुपुत्रपरित्रात्रे गुरुपाखण्डखण्डकाय गीतसाराय गीततत्त्वाय गीतगोत्राय धीमहि गूढगुल्फाय गन्धमत्ताय गोजयप्रदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि ग्रन्थगीताय ग्रन्थगेयाय ग्रन्थान्तरात्मने गीतलीनाय गीतश्रायाय गीतवादपटवे गेयचरिताय गायगवराय गन्धर्वप्रियकृते गायकाधीनविग्रहाय गङ्गाजलप्रणयवते गौरीस्तनन्दनाय गौरीहृदयनन्दनाय गौरभानुसुताय गौरीगणेश्वराय गौरीप्रणयाय गौरीप्रवणाय गौरभावाय धीमहि गोसहस्राय गोवर्धनाय गोपगोपाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरी ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Thank you, Mohit Begu, for inviting the divine presence. We now invite Mr. Srinivasan, Development, Finance and Livelihood Expert, to deliver the briefing of Microfinance in Karnataka Sector Report.
Good afternoon to all of you. I had a small bit of confusion whether we are talking about the report or the initial remarks, because there is so much to speak about the microfinance in Karnataka. Like Venkatesh was saying, Vivekanand was saying earlier, probably this is a place which pioneered banking in a sense, and the DNA that started with spawning new banking institutions has continued with microfinance institutions as well, and well into small finance banks too. So there is a fairly long history of Karnataka being loved with banking and finance, and banks and financial institutions being very preferential towards what Karnataka does and what Karnataka needs. I'll make this fairly brief because later on we are going to talk about some aspects of microfinance in Karnataka. Of course, we are having a fairly large outreach in Karnataka. I think last Southern quarterly monitoring report said there are 55 lakh unique customers. Venkatesh talked about, I think, 70 lakh customers that we are servicing. Even at 55 lakhs, if you look at other competing programs in Karnataka with a mass outreach, probably microfinance is having the largest. When you look at, yes, that's very true. You look at, say, NREGS, where you don't have to make any repayment of any loan, where you don't have to sign too many things, you have to just get a job card. There are only 44 lakh active job cards in the state, much less than the number of unique customers. You look at PM Kisan, how many people are receiving PM Kisan benefit last year, where you don't have to repay anything. You get onboarded. It's less than 52 lakhs. So even if we take Sadhan's 55 lakh unique customer base, still we are the largest mass program which covers low-income people in the state. And we do it on more ethical, transparent and business lines, which is a huge, huge positive for all of us. Because not being subsidy-based, not being government budget-based, this can sustain into the future. It can grow with the customer. I think all of you here deserve to be applauded for keeping it up. It's easy to give a loan. Most bankers here know, and it's very hard to. Here, after-sale service is the hardest part. Maybe next to maybe the automobile sector, right? You sell something, and later on you go to somebody else to get it serviced, and you get all kinds of problems. But here the salesman has to service, otherwise you go captive. And here we have done extraordinarily well, despite the small hiccups that come once in a while, some natural, some man-made. But we have weathered all that, digested all the higher risks, and still come out with flying colors. And today, against the mainstream states, I think Karnataka has the lowest NPA ratios at the GNPA level. Some details we will discuss later when I come back again. And the growth has been quite vibrant. It's not as if we are doing very safe, low growth, high sustainability kind of a thing. We have grown fairly fast and fairly vibrantly. Actually, in the last 10 years, if we look at the share of microfinance, not share, the proportion of microfinance when you compare with bank credit, it has actually doubled. Meaning it was 2.3% 10 years back. If you look at March 22 data, we are at 4.9%. gaining a share on an ever-increasing bank credit is not easy. Because when we started, I think in 2008, when we did calculations, when I wrote the first microfinance sector report for the country, at the country level, it was less than 0.5%, both self-help group and MFI lending together. But this state, you see, already we are at a 5%. So when Mr. Salimat says we are part of the SLBC, we are part of the DLCC proceedings and all, at 5% share in the state, you are more than any single bank, right? The sector put together. So one can understand why we get, it's a matter of right that we secured that space, not that somebody had to confer it on us. We earned it. And the most important part that I see in Karnataka compared to many other states is the amount of peace that prevails in the field. Yeah, there are, in other states you find MFI versus SHG, you are high cost, I am low cost, no, you are government subsidy, I am pre-up subsidy. You find among MFIs and NBFCs there are turf wars, and sometimes you badmouth somebody in order to gain some market share. Karnataka has that way been blessed with very good people all around. We have never had, we have always had harmony among all of us. Even when competing very vigorously, we have not used the pedal on competition. We had done exceedingly well competing, growing, at the same time ensured that the ground remains positive for the customer, which I think is one of the key factors in the success of the movement here. And the government here, of course, deserves applause. It has had its temptations at some points of time. There are quite a number of people who are here who have gone and talked to the government. Look, you don't need to do what Andhra did, or you don't need to do this after this problem has occurred. We can go easy. You will see that the sector takes care of this, whether it is Kolar or whether it is the AP crisis. We came out, but government supported us fairly fully, and they did not do what some of the other states did. So we should recognize the nature of the support that came from government, being passive in some places, being active in some at the district administration level, overall helping us do our business in a fair, transparent and ethical manner. So I think when we put all this together, we get a fairly vibrant sector which is set to grow. It has its set of problems. No business is free of problems, otherwise all of us will be in business. Only a few are in business to do that because they are able to counter the problems, overcome them, and look forward to how they will plan to proceed further. So that's the stage at which we are. Today the context has changed, which we will discuss slightly later, and how we are going to keep up with changing times, changing aspirations of people, and also the changing financial sector landscape itself. And let me thank ACME to put together this report, which I was greatly facilitated. I should share here something which I was saying earlier to Samit and Vivekanand. I came here in 2009 to look at what has happened in Kolar. There was a huge problem and every one of us were having sleepless nights across the country because we were thinking it's a contagion which can spread. Then when I asked for information, I was assured by ACME, which was just about a year and a half actively old. No, you will get all the data. I said, how you will get? There is no system, there is no database anywhere. No, we will give you data of what is the overlap, the number of accounts per customer and all. I went back very skeptically, having talked what I required to talk and what information I required. But I was surprised, within 15 days, I got a complete readout of all major MFIs working in Kolar and what kind of membership they had and how much of loans. And I also got a statement on average number of loans per borrower. That was something astounding. When we didn't have a data organization, we didn't have an MIS package, how we were able to collect it from among all the members, the level of cooperation, the level of commitment to getting something done, that was really amazing. And I note that you have not failed to provide the data relating to your annual performance each year continuously from 2007 onwards. My applause to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now it's time to unveil most awaited book, Microfinance in Karnataka Sector Report. It's our privilege to invite Mr. Venkatesh, founder and MD IAFL Samastha Finance Limited, to take up the seat of the dais, sir. Mr. Vivekananda M. Salimat, Chairman, ITF Financial Services Private Limited. Mr. Uday Kumar, Chairman MFIN and MD Credit Access Grameen Limited. Mr. Srinivasan, Development Finance and Livelihood Expert. Mr. DJ Memen, Executive Director and CEO Sadhan, to the dais. I invite Mr. Ashwin Gowda, MD Karnataka Skill Corporation. I would request Mr. Samhit Ghosh, founder and non-executive director, Ujjivan, to come on the dais, sir. I would request Mr. Anand Rao, MD, Chaitanya. Most awaited book, Microfinance in Karnataka Sector Report. I request you to unveil the book, sir. Mr. Ashwin Kumar. Ashwin Gowda to stage and deliver a report.
So all the dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to all of you. So it is indeed my proud privilege to be a part of this event, Microfinance Karnataka Summit 2023, organized by AKMI. So my sincere thanks to them. And see, at the outset, I would like to say that microfinance institutions are the ones, who are literally driving the rural economy, I can say, because many of the times, because you see, this, I've been saying this, as part, out of my experience of being the MD for Karnataka Skill Development Corporation for the last 3.5 years. So we also have our sister concern that's called National Rural Livelihood Mission, where we have got around 2.5 lakh SHGs under that AGs. And each SHG is having minimum 10 women members, and currently approximately we've got 30 to 35 lakh members as part of this SHGs. And I know how the MFIs are driving the SHGs and are contributing for their growth too, right? So in this connection, my sincere thanks to all of you, all the representatives of all the microfinance organizations for, for your continuous support to drive the rural economy. That's the first point. Then, sorry. Then very recently, you must be knowing that our organization is one which is into providing the short-term skill training to the students and then make them employable and then increase their employability quotient and help them in getting placed. So in this connection, we do interact with the industries on a one-to-one basis. We organize the industry conclaves and then, what do you call? Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Suddenly, I've developed some cough, dry cough though. Thank you. So we do work with the industries and then increase this based on their demand requirements and their needs. Now we train the candidates and then we provide them the employability and help them in getting placed in companies. So that's how we create this employability quotient amongst all our youth, and that's what we are doing too. So in this regard, actually, since last 2 months back, we had an interaction with Credit Grameen, one of these MFIs, and currently, we are working with them. So what I suggest is, what I recommend, what I want to say is that most of you must be having requirements with respect to human resource. So you are, I was also told that there is a lot of attrition too. So, but the best part is actually we have our office throughout the state. So in all the districts, we have got our district skill development officers. So we can work for you. You please let us know your requirements. In case if it is required, we instill the training and then make them customize the human resource as per your requirements, and then provide you for your usage for deployment. And you can also partner with us in the sense, suppose if you have a training facility, like we have got our industry linkage cell wherein the industries with training infrastructure can become our training partner, and government will fund their training activities and they can impart the training that is needed by you, for you, and then accordingly, you can deploy them. So that is also another option. So here I suggest 2 models. One is hire, train and deploy, wherein you can hire the candidates and give it to us for training, and we'll train with our institutions and then give it to you for deployment. Or otherwise, if you have the training infrastructure, the training centers, then you do come up with a proposal, we support your activities and we fund your activities, and then you train them and deploy them. So, and this is applicable for the entire state. And as I told you, we have got the officers, state-of-the-art infrastructure, everything. And mobilization capacity also. See, we have got our Skill Connect portal. I request everyone to kindly go through it and register yourself as an employer, post your vacancies. There we have got almost around 60,000 candidates readily available, registered, okay, looking for jobs. They're all job aspirants, so you can directly, pull out candidates from there too. It's an AI-based engine, all the skill sets based on your skill sets, you can, the list will be fetched and you can, start employing them. So that's the level of AI engine that we have got. It's a job portal though. So what I'm trying to say is, when it comes to mobilization of candidates, training of candidates, you don't have to worry. The one-stop solution is the Karnataka Skill Connect Skill Development Corporation. So I request all of you to kindly make use of it. And as I told you, at the beginning, MFIs have been doing a lot of work. I wish you all the very best, and I wish a grand success for this summit too. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for starting off with the words of gratitude and promising a wide scope of opportunities in all functionalities. Thank you, guests, for being a wonderful audience. So we shall now break for a half-hour high tea, and we shall be back refreshed for the book presentation and panel discussion. So we'll have a 30 minutes break for high tea. Just a reminder, we are live streaming the program on official channels of ACME on YouTube and Facebook. Kindly inform your colleagues and friends to watch the program on YouTube at youtube.com/ACME Karnataka and on Facebook at facebook.com/ACME Karnataka. The official hashtag for the program is #Microfinance Karnataka Summit 2023. We welcome you to post about the summit, include the hashtag and tag us on LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Instagram at ACME Karnataka. Thank you. Yes, high tea is towards the left of the dais. Dear guests, for your kind notice, high tea is served towards the left of the dais. Dear guest, we'll be wrapping high tea in 5 minutes, requesting you to kindly take your seats. Dear guest, we'll be wrapping up high tea in 5 minutes, kindly requesting you to take your seats. Dear guest, we would like to start off with the presentations, kindly requesting you to please take your seats. Dear guests, we would like to start with the presentations, kindly requesting you to take your seats. yourselves comfortable and please settle down on your seats. We'll have Mr. Srinivasan, Development Finance and Livelihood Expert, to talk on this book. So kindly requesting the guests to kindly occupy your seats. A reminder, we are live streaming the program on official channels of Acme on YouTube and Facebook. Kindly inform your colleagues and friends to watch the program on YouTube at youtube.com/@Acme Karnataka and on Facebook at facebook.com/@Acme Karnataka. The official hashtag for the program is #Microfinance Karnataka Summit 2023. We welcome you to post about the summit, include the hashtag and tag us on LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Instagram at Acme Karnataka. Thank you. To start with this session, microfinance institutions have flourished in Karnataka, growing to serve over 1 crore customers, thanks to the enabling conditions provided by the state. But what is the industry's influence on individual well-being? How do we adapt to an ever-changing financial landscape? What does the future hold for the state's institution? We invite Mr. Srinivasan, Development Finance and Livelihood Expert, to deliver the briefing on Microfinance in Karnataka Sector Report that answers these questions while delving deep into the industry, its impact and more. To Mr. Srinivasan, thank you.
Once again, good evening. I'm sorry that I come back so soon again. This time it is to talk about a little bit about what the MFIs and microfinance has done in Karnataka. At the invitation of Acme, I had put together a short document on the numbers, the flavors, and then what kind of expectations are there from the customers that have been met, and what does the customer actually feel about the way business has been done. Also trying to look at what may be some of the issues that we have to look out for in future. There is a presentation. Some of the numbers that come there, I might not spend too much time on that because these are your numbers. there is no point in giving the numbers back to you. But to underline or emphasize a couple of things about the numbers, I might take a minute or two on those. And then we take it from there. Can you have the first slide over, please? Basically, when I came earlier, several of these things I had talked about, how this state keeps on producing bankers and financiers and also banking institutions. And the MFIs, they are in plenty in number. Even before the MFIs operated here, I think right from, say, the 90s onwards, you would have found, led by Myrada, which started its work sometime around mid-80s, a number of smaller NGOs in the voluntary sector, they were putting self-help groups together and then trying to link them with banks. And they were being supported by HIVOS and NAVIB and SDC and all that. So if you come to Karnataka, on any given day, you can meet about 5, 6 such NGOs who are working hard in the field, making groups of people so that they can take them to the next step in financial inclusion. So finance, group-based, community-based financial inclusion probably started off in Karnataka, parallelly in Tamil Nadu. These are two states which probably get the credit for doing that. State, of course, as I said earlier, has a very positive, very enabling environment. The local culture is one of enterprise. When SKDRDP asked me about some 3 years back to put together a document on what they have done, being there in Karnataka for such a long time, there also we commissioned a study of around 4,000, 5,000 Manjunath for customers, trying to understand what has been done. In the process, I also visited the field, looking at 20, 30-year-old groups which are still functioning, which are proud of, the original members are still there. They are majority in their groups, though the second, in some cases, third generation has come into those groups. Meaning the way the credit discipline, the local culture, and the penchant for carrying out enterprise activities with this money, that prevails in Karnataka, you see in few other states. Of course, the behavior of MFIs when it comes to finance has been absolutely responsible, and they have always prioritized customer comfort and customer protection measures in the beginning rather than prioritize their own requirements. Then this is one place where the tutu meme between SHGs and microfinance institution did not take place. This is one of those places when you feel happy that all of them can sit together. I was just telling you that the NGO, an NBFC, a bank and a MFI, they can sit together in the same place and discuss the core issues relating to how do you finance vulnerable people. Yeah, each one has his own way of doing things. Each one has his own strength, his own what do you call points which are challenges. But then how we can get together and deliver a wholesome product to the customer, at the same time make the business work. And the governments, the party in power might change, but thankfully the policy and approach towards how people should conduct business on the ground, that did not change, which is a huge positive. There are other states we know of where the party in power, when it changes, the name of the program changes first and all other things follow, and then you find after 5 years you have to redo the whole thing in a different name and in a different process. And yeah, I think ACME played a fantastic role over the last about 16 years that it had been in existence. And there are some people in this room, and I should also recognize Al, who is not here, who has been one of the prime movers along with here, and Vivekanand, Suresh, who is not here. I think they really put a lot of thought in the initial time to bring a good structure and a good set of objectives, which ACME has been with high fidelity following all along. Some of the numbers are out there. We are talking about some 46,000 crores of amount, what do you call, loans outstanding, and a very small amount as non-performing assets. These kind of NPA, I think these are percentages which can be rewarded, right? Though NPAs you don't reward at the customer level for carrying such low rates. And of course, it has been a major employer in the state, and those numbers speak for themselves. Though of course I know all of you have issues about attrition, not only of customer, but customer does not go away, he goes to another MFI. I do not know about the employees, right? Can we go to the next slide, please? When we look at, for some time it looked like Karnataka will not be able to crack the 75 lakh account barrier, right? We achieved it in sometime in 2016. Again, after demand, it went down, and with great difficulty when we thought that we are improving, COVID struck. But now in the last 2 years, we can see we have really scaled a much higher level. It looks like we are on a very firm growth path. What this also shows is the unmet demand in the rural areas is pretty high. Regardless of all other, sound bites that come in on how the interest costs are very high and it is unaffordable, the customer seems to come back repeatedly into the system, and they seem to bring in even more customers who are enthused by the fact that the neighbor has been borrowing and he has been applying it in certain activities which seems to improve their family well-being. So I think we seem to have reversed the trend of stagnation, and we are certainly on a growth path. But then when we grow fast, there are also other headwinds that come. Of course, all of us here are conscious of that. Next. So we could see that the last couple of years, there is a significant spike in the amount of loans that we have given. So the outstanding loans, they seem to be growing fairly rapidly in the last couple of years. In the case of SHGs, they declared a holiday from COVID fairly earlier. And in the case of MFIs, we took a year more, it looks like, for very valid reasons. But then I'm only eagerly waiting for what will happen in the current year, 2024. Because by all indications, the economy seems to be favorable. The lives of the poor and the vulnerable seem to have been impacted much more positively than in the past. Maybe we have got things to talk about very high growth rates in 2024. Next. As I was telling you earlier, as a proportion of overall bank credit in the state, you could see microfinance institutions did about 2.3% in 2013. Even 2.3%, if you had talked about in 2008, people would have said, no, it's not possible. I think Karnataka was around 0.8 or so. At the country level, it was less than 0.5 in 2008. But the way the sector has captured the imagination of people, has been able to meet demand incrementally, it clearly shows banks have not been able to meet these demands on the ground as effectively as MFIs did. But this is not to say that banks were passive, they were reluctant. They put money into MFIs. But for that liquidity coming in, MFIs could not have done the job. They probably, in a way, transferred the risk from themselves to MFIs. So you do the hard job of finding the customer, servicing them, meet them weekly, fortnightly, monthly, whatever. And you have got a methodology by which you can price the risk, where as a bank, I am unable to do. But overall, the fact that we have been able to make such huge inroads into what can be called the banker's credit market, that's really appreciable. But we have to see whether the current year we are going to make much more of a dent, because the last 1.5 years, bank credit growth had been impressively growing, but microfinance portfolios have also been impressively growing. So we have to look to whether we make a further headway into the overall share of the credit market. Next, please. Across states, when we compare, Karnataka was in a much higher position maybe about 2 years back. But the last couple of years, when we see both Bihar and to a lesser extent UP, they have been increasing the presence of microfinance, the number of customers coming into the system, and the amount of loans that have been given, they have increased exponentially. Bihar especially has been a surprise story with high levels of credit discipline, not just on the microfinance MFI loans, but also on the SHG loans. They have done tremendously well. So, but when we look at the penetration ratios, which is looking at what percentage of people in the state have had access to microfinance, maybe Karnataka comes out much on top, because the population base of the other states are much higher. You would find, I think, in the reports, there is a annex towards the end, which talks about penetration ratios across the country, and also within the state, what is the penetration ratio across the districts that are there. And the portfolio at risk, as I said earlier, among mainstream states, we have the lowest in Karnataka, which is a real, boon for banks which finance us. Next, please. Geographically, you could already see that, say, Bengaluru urban and Mysore, they have got high, portfolios, high growth rates. Later on, I will come and talk about some of the vulnerabilities that are there in some districts. It is not that it's a major problem, but it's a concern that we need to address in a growing portfolio and where we are having a reasonably risk-adjusted a kind of situation in our loans. Next, please. You could, when you compare districts and what is the level of lending, what I had tried to do was to see what is the average loan outstanding per capita, and then this outstanding loan constitutes what percentage of the per capita income of that district. At the Karnataka state level, average outstanding loan is about 19% of income, which means 20%, 1/5 of my income I borrow roughly. But we do not know what is the level up to which they can go, right? We have not done that. Maybe this is something that we have to look at, doing some field studies. What is the level up to which a family can borrow as a percentage of its annual income? It's just not about loan servicing alone. The asset to liability, what is the balance? That's something. But when we disaggregate the state, the districts, you look at, say, a district like Kalaburgi, 1/3 of the incomes are represented by the outstanding loans. So given the economic prospects in Kalaburgi, whether it's a reasonable level. So we have given the different, low income districts, what is the level there, and also for the high income districts, what is the level there. Next one. So in the case of portfolio quality, again, when you look at Mysuru, it's having 16% of all the accounts which are considered to be somewhat weak. And also in terms of percentage of portfolio which is at risk, it carries about 5.4. And it is the second largest growing district. I think about maybe 6 or 7 quarters back, if I remember one of the analysis that Sadhan had done, Mysore figured in one of those top 20 districts where we have high risks. Meaning the kind of analysis that we might do in ACME on an ongoing basis possibly is to look at income to assets, income to loan servicing, capacities across, and also looking at whether the high rate of growth and high levels of NPA, they are moving in parallel, or because when you are adding much more to portfolio, the NPA should keep falling. Because new assets are not. But if they are growing together parallelly, what kind of risk issues are there? So this is something that we could do maybe annually or semi-annually if it is possible. Yeah, so here Chamarajanagar, then Mysuru, Vijayapura and all, there seem to be some soft underbelly there in these districts. But compared to many other states, even these levels are not dangerous or life-threatening. But then in our own interest, we will be well advised to look at this right in the beginning rather than face a huge challenge later on. Next. In order not to just make this document something which is based on data and analysis, we thought we should try and understand what is the kind of impact this has had. Normally, impact measurements are done by taking some, actual customers, asking them what is your revenue and what is your asset and what kind of. We thought we will actually listen to the customer. Because very often what is happening is academic scholars, people like me who are idle, have nothing else to do but to think and then write about things. We said there is a very high rate of interest, and at this rate of interest somebody pays. Maybe the institutions get rich. The families remain poor or poorer. What do they actually gain? But the counter question that comes, why a customer should keep on borrowing from a very adverse kind of lending institution repeatedly? Why he should come 5, 6, 10 times? Because there are customers who have been in 12, 15 cycles also with microfinance. So if to answer the question, rather than ask us, let us ask the customer. So we had Shaisavi project consultants. I think their representatives are here. They put together a survey. We tried and Acme commissioned the survey. They talked to about 2,300 customers in 7 different districts. I'm very thankful to the committee of the Acme board, which also went through the questionnaires and went through some of the initial data, provided some further guidance. The findings are quite significant. When you talk to the customers, they say that we prefer MFIs, 89% of them. We prefer MFIs over all other institutions. Some of these customers had access to bank loans or their local cooperative societies, their SHGs and all that. They said we prefer MFIs to others. Why? Yeah, the loan sanction is fairly quick. The turnaround time is very short. The process is very comfortable for us to get through. And the access to an MFI is easy because they come and deliver at doorstep. It's in our village, in our location, in our mohalla. So the key differentiators was the comfort, convenience. The interest rate is a minor irritant to some of them, not to all of them. And the traditional suspicion is people borrow because these are not very heavily supervised. They must be either eating, drinking, or then consuming it. So normally people are asked, have they actually applied it for a given purpose? Here people said, 90% of them said, we have applied it for an income generating activity. But it is not that we go by their word alone. The repayment performance also says they could not have repaid at 18 to 23% rates of interest unless there was an income source which was remunerative enough. So what they say and what actually happened in the hands of the MFIs in terms of repayment performance, they both gel. And 60% of the customers, they said that these microfinance loans made a significant and positive impact on their livelihoods, on their enterprises. Despite all other, that's a short-term 1-year loan, these are EMIs, they may be unsuitable products, the rates of interest are higher. With all these caveats written in, they still said that this had a positive impact. And when the question was asked, what about your family well-being, the quality of life? There, 65% customers. But this is borne out by the fact that several of them were able to use part of the money for education. If not in all the cycles, in between one cycle they will rotate and then they will use it for admitting a child in a good school. Some of them have put them through even engineering, medical education. We have got quite a lot of stories from the field on that. And the health part of it was taken care of because they had access to funds which was not earlier there. All in all, the family did not feel totally disadvantaged because they had access to some resource, regardless of whatever other impediments, whatever other issues could have been there around. And the women customers, which are of course an overwhelming majority, they felt that in pursuing their income generating activities and in handling the revenues arising from there, they had much greater autonomy. And of course their social standing within family, in the larger society, the local community, it improved greatly. In fact, what I remembered when I was writing the book was when I went somewhere, I think in the SKDRDP groups we met in Beltangadi Taluka. There were women who started off not knowing even to sign. Now they are president of some local, grouping. They are in the panchayat somewhere helping people. They organize certain events by themselves. They are very well regarded public speakers. They are invited to come and, meaning the way things have changed, the respect that they have earned, not only within the family, but in an external societal situation, that speaks volumes. So when we talk about why an average microfinance customer should want to come every week, fortnight, or every month, of course this is weakening a little bit, we will talk about it a bit later. Why they should come and borrow and then keep up with all this? It is because of the benefits that they got. There are some which are tangible, there are some which are intangible. The self-esteem going up, confidence level going up, thinking that this problem I will easily solve because there are access to resources which I can use. Now this is what comes out through the survey of customer voices. I'm hoping a complete copy of the survey report will be made available to those who are here. Because I was hoping to see a printed publication of that as well. So Acme could do something at least to circulate a PDF version of it to all the members. It is worth reading, the kind of questions and answers that have come through. Next, please. Of course, this state is known for credit plus activities, and I could not even capture in 3 pages when I just put it in a tabular form what MFIs do in the state. In the report, you will see a table which runs over 3 pages. They were active in every aspect of social, community well-being, whether it is environment, whether it is livelihood protection, whether it is health, education, dealing with the, what do you call, people with disabilities, sanitation, water supply, you name it, you have got somebody attending to that. The investments in financial literacy particularly was quite intense. It is not only the numbers, it is not just the JRT and the initial training that was given. There were people who were providing business literacy to those who were engaged in enterprises. Now that was really going 2 steps beyond where a normal financial literacy campaign. And also on an average, when I talk to banks and then when I talk to the MFIs, the way they have approached financial literacy kind of courses, there was a sea change. There was a huge difference. This was intense. It had very clear outcomes intended right from the beginning. When we go and talk to people about literacy, at the end of it, ABC should happen. They should open an account, or they should look at the way they borrow and then they manage their finances. So the way MFIs have approached the credit plus activities, especially putting literacy, health, education at the forefront, I think it was quite remarkable. And this was not merely through their CSR window. Even as mainstream activity, the staff of MFIs who go and meet these groups on a regular basis, they had a few other things to do apart from merely talking about loans and repayments. Now, when you have it month after month, week after week, and you keep on giving messages, it gets in, it becomes part of the community's overall approach to how you look at life. So there were quite a few, cases where people say, we owe the significant turning points in our life to the messages we have received through these group meetings where MFIs were present. And in the case of SHG, the SHG animators were present. I think this is something, as a society, when people are given a positive orientation on their lives, it is going beyond literacy, it is going beyond credit and other things. So I think that's something that we should applaud. Next, please. So some of the typical concerns, you all know that you have been asked these questions somewhere and you have answered some of them. Some of them you did not answer, you have reserved the answers. High interest rates, whether all livelihood activities produce very high returns, and then the product structure, we have got a EMI based structure. Not every activity we pursue on the ground produces an EMI, affordable kind of a revenue. Then customer development, we are not actually focusing because high attrition rates are there. We say as long as he is with us, we will keep him trained and then well funded, and we watch over his discipline. When he is out, then he is out. I don't invest in a customer for, next 5-10 years he should be. So it's a very short, time engagement. The group meetings, increasingly members feel that they can appoint a proxy, like the people in public listed companies send a proxy to vote for them. They say, I will send a proxy, my neighbor or my son or daughter, they will go and hand over the cash and say, we are done for next 1 month. And cash transactions we are trying to digitalize. Does it weaken the relationship? Because we don't see the people. And if at all, he sees the QR code and he doesn't see the face behind the QR code when he repays. When disbursement is there, he is looking at the card. Are we doing what we did when we started? I'm not saying it will continue to be relevant where we started, but how relevant is maintaining a relationship, especially in the business of credit, right? And competition, does it erode good practices in some cases? And what are the innovations that we have had as a sector? Is it just adoption of some better, higher technology? If we do that, where does it stop? Does it stop at the branch, at the institution level? Does it travel down to the customer? How does it make the customer's life better? So these are some of the typical concerns that are there, not necessarily that of Karnataka, but across. And what are the next one, please? The reflections are there. If you look at overall, they have done a MFI, we have done a power of good to the people, the vulnerable, low-income people. Nobody really wanted to deal with them. We are dealing with them in a very successful, in a sustained manner. Customers keep coming back. We know some of the answers that they are given, why they keep coming back. Improving livelihoods, quality of life, there is no question. An average microfinance customer will testify that he is far better off than he was about 3 cycles back, 5 cycles back, 10 cycles back. And they are becoming financially competent. Now they know, maybe for certain things they have to go elsewhere, not necessarily remain. And they know that there are certain things which an MFI cannot do, even if it would like to do. So this is training, practice, the experience that we have given. So this is also part of what's happening. Next, please. So when we look at the future, what is it that look like priority? These are not specific action plan. One, do we need to take innovation beyond just IT adoption or improved IT processes? What kind of products that we offer today, and whether they will be future ready? Because the product that we started off with, say, sometime in late 80s or early 90s, that seemed to have stood the test of time so far. Is it because the customer is very happy with only this product? Or is it that this is all that we are willing to offer today because it is very convenient to us? My software is very comfortable with this. There are no unknowns here. Who will do a 3-month loan or a bullet loan, and then who will monitor repayment and all that. So in terms of, do we think there is a need to innovate and there is a scope to innovate? In what ways we might do that? Then the interest rates, consistently they have declined. When we look at, say, 2010-11, when RBI brought in its 26-27% ceiling, quite a number of us are well below whatever the mandated levels are. In between it went up, it comes down, but eventually the direction is downwards. But is it still at an optimal enough level, where some of the activities which people may not be able to afford with these kind of interest rates? For example, cropping, it's impossible to do with this kind of rates. Yeah, the high velocity, frequent turnover kind of businesses, they will survive because if they borrow 18% on a 10,000 rupee loan, which is turned over 12 times, you actually pay 18% on 1,20,000 in terms of what you have done as a business. That is, but if a fellow is only growing a crop over 6 months, he has borrowed at 18%. He doesn't post an 18% return that is adjusted to the interest rate, whether he will produce a surplus. So we have to look at the interest rate from a different point of view, see what could happen. Then when we look at it, we also look at what is it that is getting done outside of the microfinance system. For example, the government says we will lower the cost of funds if it is agriculture, if it is certain types of lending. So why not treat the low-income people as a group, regardless of the institution through which it comes? We would try and pass on the same level of benefit. Maybe an MFI cannot deliver at 7%. Certainly it can bring 18 to 14 or 23 to 18. If government says that we are willing to put the same, if that is the overall objective, making the activities profitable, then it gives scope for innovating new products or trying to expand business. And even lowering the cost of funds for MFIs to the extent that is feasible, so that the reduction in interest rates is passed on further downwards. And maybe with a larger, businesses, larger turnover, MFIs may be able to optimize their operating costs and pass on a further reduction as well. Also the question of how do we retain customers who have been with us for, say, last 5-6 cycles? They have been running a snack shop, they would like to invest in a restaurant. Now we are saying, no, you are far too big for me now, we cannot do that. The qualifying assets, and we can do about some 25% and all. And how much of the 25 is available to be given as this kind of loans? These are all issues. So can the regulator say, look, for retaining your own customers who have been there with you, if they require a higher loan, up to 50% of your portfolio, you can go for that. Like Bangladesh, they adopted it almost about 8-9 years back. And neither microfinance has collapsed there, nor customers have been left in the lurch. Everyone is growing, and the new customers walk in, the old customers get higher level of support, and overall the local economy improves. So can we plead with the regulator to try and accommodate this? And also I thought banks are now creating surplus priority sector lending portfolios, and then they create these PSLCs. That is traded, they get a premium on that. Can we also admit the MFIs to create PSLCs, meaning what they do is entirely priority sector? You tell them, look, we will also allow you to a certain extent too, so that the cost of funds comes down to the extent we are able to substitute banks' requirement to create these portfolios. So banks have more than one option. They can either directly give these kind of loans, classified as weaker section loans, or they can use a BC network, or if they don't want to touch any of this, we buy a PSLC from an MFI which create this kind of portfolios. So these options for the regulator are all available there. I guess in brief, this is what is in the report, and some of the data I have given is more updated because the report contains data relating to March 22. Anyhow, you have all the numbers. I have only the English put over that. If the report reads well, it's because all of you have done a very good job. You have done well. That's what the report entirely reflects. And yeah, I would welcome any feedback that you have. Leisurely, when you have read through the report sometime, you can get back to me on this. But overall, what I would say is this particular state had been blessed with a number of very good institutions. I would also, try to recognize here some 2 or 3 of those. The banks, you wanted to shame the banks into saying, look, why you cannot finance SHGs, whereas a small company like me does it. He brought in, and they did quite a bit of work, making banks in their own doorstep when you are picking groups and then financing. The branch manager is questioned by the controlling office. So he put a lot of steam into that effort. Sanghamitra is probably another of those. And of course, I should also talk about napkins, which came up much later, which did more of what Sanghamitra did, following on the model which Sanghamitra developed at that time. And of course, all of you are all unique institutions, but these 3 are very deviant models, not the mainstream MFIs. So with this, I conclude, and thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the overview and highlights of the book meticulously. That was an insightful and valuable presentation. We are honorable to have Dr. Ragapriya, IAS Mission Director, NLM, amidst us. I request Mr. V.N. Hekde, CEO, ACME, to kindly come to the dais and honor Dr. Ragapriya. Ma'am, kindly requesting you on the dais.
A very good evening to everyone present here. So I would first like to thank ACME for having invited me for this summit, and also I would like to congratulate Mr. Srinivasan on his Microfinance in Karnataka book. He made a very beautiful presentation on all his findings. So I don't have a very lengthy presentation to discuss. I'm just going to talk about what our organization has done so far and what is the way forward for Sanjeevani KSRLPS. So as you might be already knowing about my organization, it is the National Rural as well as the Urban Livelihood Mission. We are called as Sanjeevani in Karnataka. Some of you have heard of this Kerala, Kudumbashri. I think it's fairly well known all over India. So we adopted Sanjeevani KSRLPS. This name was adopted in the year 14-15. So we are, it is a growth from the previous scheme of Swarna Jayanti Gram Swarozgar Yojana, which was later on adopted as Sanjeevani KSRLPS. So we came into being in the year 14-15. So we have come a long way from where we have started before. Previously, in Karnataka, we were called as the Stree Shakti Sangha. I mean, almost all of you must have heard of the Stree Shakti Sangha. So we used to come under the Women and Child Department, and most of our SHGs who are now currently federated under us were previously members of the Women and Child Department under Stree Shakti Sangha. So previously, the Women and Child Department were the ones who were taking care of the SHG credit linkage and the community investment fund, the revolving fund, and all these aspects. Now, all of this aspect has been devolved to National Rural Livelihood Mission as well as National Urban Livelihood Mission. So we've come a long way forward. So we started with just around 20,000 SHGs. Now, as of today, we have grown to 3.38 lakh SHGs, so which is like a big jump over the last 10 years. So, in fact, over the last 1 year, we were around 2.5 lakh SHGs, and over the last 1 year, due to the policies of the Ministry of Rural Development, we have now been able to federate around 38 lakh households, covering around 3.38 lakh SHGs. And one more interesting thing which I would like to mention here is, even the Dharmasthala SHGs, also for the sake of the MIS under NRLM, they are also going to come under our ambit as far as the MIS portion is concerned. So over the last 2-3 months, around 40 to 50,000 Dharmasthala SHGs have also been federated under the NRLM MIS. Only for the purpose of MIS purpose, we will not be devolving other RF or other CF facilities to them. So now we have grown into an organization of around 3.38 lakh SHG. So you might be wondering, Mr. Srinivasan here talked in detail about the kind of role that microfinance institutions play in livelihood, and whether the kind of support that they get through the MFs, microfinance institutions, whether the livelihood is actually beneficial, is actually giving some sort of a outcome. So regarding that, we have certain key programs in Sanjeevani which focuses specifically on this aspect. So we are a very big organization. We have around 5,965 what we call as a master bookkeeper. Each master bookkeeper is in turn in charge of one Gram Panchayati level federation. So we have around 5,000 MBKs, we have 12,000 community resource persons, and what we have done over the last few years is devolve into livelihood activities, which is both farm as well as non-farm. So the question is whether it is the funding through the microfinance institutions, whether it is through our own SHG credit linkage. We also have a very, very vibrant SHG credit linkage movement happening here. So we have been able to, around 21,000 crore outstanding was achieved last year. So this is what we have also been in constant touch with the banks to that extent. So the question is, how are they utilizing this money? Whether it is the SHG credit linkage, or whether it is the community investment fund or the revolving fund, how is it being used? So in order to channelize the SHG members and the SHGs into utilizing it in a fruitful way, we have delineated several activities in both farm as well as non-farm. So as far as the farm activities are concerned, whether it is the animal husbandry activities or the fishery activities or various other activities, poultry and other activities, we have what we call as a cadre of Pashu Sakhis. So who are the Pashu Sakhis? The Pashu Sakhis are essentially our SHG women only. They have been selected from our own SHGs. They are working in very close consonance with the animal husbandry department, and they are taking the services of the animal husbandry department to each and every SHG in every part of Karnataka. So they will be giving an idea. Say, for example, a particular farmer purchases a pair of cows. So how can you improve the income over the next few years? Whether it is going to happen through the SHG credit linkage, whether it is going to happen through the CIF, or whether it is going to happen through MFIs. The question is how to improve their income over the next few years. So we launched a small project called as Shira Sanjeevani. So what was this Shira Sanjeevani? In Shira Sanjeevani, we gave an interest-free loan to SHG members of around 50,000 rupees. And Karnataka Milk Federation gave us all sorts of support as far as the technical support was concerned, the animal vaccination, the training programs, all of it. All the technical portion of it was handled by KMF, and the loan portion was handled by us. And what we actually studied was this project we implemented over a period of 2 to 3 years. And we also had a study by Karnataka Evaluation Authority, and they have studied that the average income of the particular entrepreneur who was involved in Shira Sanjeevani, it grew by 27%. So if what this shows is, instead of just giving broad-based loans to people, if we are able to guide them in a certain way with the help of certain resource persons, our women entrepreneurs are capable of reaching a much higher level of income, provided they are guided in the right direction. So this year what has happened is the Ministry of Rural Development has come up with a project called as the Lakpati Didi program. So what is this Lakpati Didi program? The idea is every SHG woman who is federated under the National Rural Livelihood Mission, say now this involves 3.38 lakh SHG, 38 lakh women essentially. So the question is, every SHG woman, the annual income should be more than 1 lakh. So you might think the target is very laughable, because when the annual income is just 1 lakh, what is the monthly income supposed to be? Just some 8,000 or 7,000, in that range. So, but for an SHG woman, reaching the 8 lakh, the 1 lakh annual income per year itself is a very, very big achievement, because many of them are still below that income bracket, especially in the rural areas. So we kept this ambitious target of this Lakpati Didi program, and we have been working with our, as I mentioned, the Shira Sanjeevani program, as well as what we call as the Krishi Sakhis. So who are the Krishi Sakhis? The Krishi Sakhis are basically, again, SHG women who have been selected from our own fold, and they will be closely coordinating with the agriculture department. They will be telling them about the organic farming practices. They'll be talking to them about better farming practices and how to improve their income generally. So what are the ways to improve the income? Not only that, we have something called as the Krishi Udyoga Sakhi. So what is the purpose of the Krishi Udyoga Sakhi? These are the people who will be developing what is called as the business development plan. So as you might all know, there is no point in just giving a woman just say a loan of 2 lakhs or 3 lakhs and just leave it to their own devices, because how she is going to use that money, whether the money is going to have some sort of a dividend in the future, is what is more important. So that is where the Krishi Udyoga Sakhi plays a role. This Krishi Udyoga Sakhi, we have hired around 5,000 throughout Karnataka. They will be preparing what is called as the business development plan. So this Krishi Udyoga Sakhi would be assessing the baseline income of the particular SHG woman. Then she would develop a business development plan tailor-made to the particular SHG woman's entrepreneurial activity. Now most of our SHG women are doing very, very basic activities like papad making, pickle making, roti making. So you must be knowing that. So the question is, how do we upgrade these SHG women's products into something which is more market ready? That is now number one. And number two would be how to popularize the product and actually make better sales. So this is where our marketing and branding arm of Karnataka SRLM comes into play. And that's why last year we launched a very big program called as the Sri Samartha Yojana. So what was the Sri Samartha Yojana? We enrolled around 50,000 SHG entrepreneurs who are already established. Andre, they are not very well established. They are just, they have been entrepreneurship activity over the last 5 years. So we selected such SHG entrepreneurs, and we identified certain products which they would be making. It could be the food sector, it could be other handicraft items, it could be around 15 items which we established, and we connected them with something called as the technical support agency. So these technical support agencies are the ones who would be providing the marketing and branding part of the SHG, so that when the SHG woman gives the finished product, it is not only available just for rural market consumption, but also available for the urban markets, with better labeling, with a better branding. So we have also entered into the e-commerce platform. We are going to launch our own e-commerce platform website. And we are also already, our presence, if you can see, you can type in Amazon or Flipkart. Sanjeevani KSRLPS products are already available. So why are we doing all of this is, providing marketing opportunities for our SHG women, not only in the local offline market also, but some sort of an online market support also. So why am I talking about all this is because I feel that, both of us, whether it's the microfinance institutions or the SHGs, we need to work hand in hand. Because as Mr. Srinivasan rightly mentioned, MFIs, in some places there have been like complaints of, let us say the interest rates are very high, or, arbitrary lending practices, or, recovery practices, these kind of things. But there was one very important point that he mentioned was, if it was so bad, people would not be coming to you again and again. So there is actually a demand for the microfinance institutions. There is a demand for your products, for the portfolio of products that you provide. And the question is, how can we integrate the activities of Sanjeevani KSRLPS along with MFIs and ensure that we have a dedicated cadre of people on the ground. We have people who are able to develop a business development plan, who can take the SHG in the right direction. So we would be very much willing to help any woman, whether it is a SHG or non-SHG woman, to become a full-fledged entrepreneur. So this is one point of convergence which I thought about as Mr. Srinivasan was making a presentation. And also, as far as the SHG credit linkage is concerned, as I said, we have a very lofty goal in mind. We want to ensure that all the 38 lakh women, women in Karnataka who are under NRLM should come to the Lakpati or should be above the Lakpati fold. So that is what we have kept as an ambitious target. It is ambitious because it is not so easily done, but we have a huge cadre of people for this working on the ground, both in the farm as well as the non-farm sector. And I would also like to mention a very exciting project that we are doing in collaboration with IIM Bangalore. It is called as an incubation project. So what did we essentially do in the incubation project? We identified around 40,000 women entrepreneurs who are already active in the field, and out of these 40,000 women entrepreneurs, we selected 500 women entrepreneurs. And I think most of you must have seen this Shark Tank on TV, right? It's a very common program. So we had some sort of a pitching round along with these SHG women. So they came and they pitched for their particular enterprise. They said what kind of a turnover they are making, how can they improve their product over the years, what kind of loan they require, and all this. So they made a pitching to the IIM Bangalore, and ultimately we identified around 150 entrepreneurs. Now IIM Bangalore will be exclusively hand-holding this 150 entrepreneurs and making them into a full-fledged business entrepreneurship. So this is a very small thing. 150 is a very small number, but we can say that it could be a model for Karnataka where, we can collaborate with such institutions and make some actual, fruitful activity in the ground. So I won't, thank you. And one more interesting program that we are doing is the PM Swanidhi program. I think all of you must have heard of it. So basically it is a very small amount of money. It's not very huge. It's just 10,000 for the first tranche, 20,000 for the second tranche, and 50,000 for the third tranche. So this would be given over a period of 3 years, and we are primarily focusing on street vendors, very simple people who are milk vending or newspaper vendors or street hawkers, essentially people who are untouched by any scheme, people who are untouched by even any MFIs. Most of the MFIs, at least you require a certain kind of criteria from these people, but these street vendors are those who no one lends to. So these are the people who we are trying to cover under PM Swanidhi, and I would like to say that we have already touched around 3 lakh street vendors in Karnataka. So I think it's a big achievement for the state of Karnataka, and we really want to ensure that no man or woman is left behind as far as the credit linkage is concerned. So I think that is a very comprehensive picture of what and all activities we are doing, and I concur with Mr. Srinivasan when he said that maybe there is some sort of a governmental support which could be given to MFIs as far as the rates are concerned, but I think that is a policy decision to be taken in the future. So I thank you, all of you, for this wonderful opportunity for me. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your inspiring vision and actions. It was really an eye-opener and thought-provoking speech. To honor Dr. Ragapriya, I invite Dr. Shantakumar, Secretary ACME and Business Head L&T Finance, to honor her with a memento.
We are live streaming the program on official channel of ACME on YouTube and Facebook. Kindly inform your colleagues and friends to watch the program on YouTube at youtube.com/@ACME Karnataka and on Facebook at facebook.com/ACME Karnataka. The official hashtag for the program is #Microfinance Karnataka Summit 2023. We welcome you to post about this summit, include the hashtag and tag us on LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, and ACME Karnataka. We welcome you to the first panel discussion of the day, Microfinance in Karnataka Sector Report. Our distinguished speakers discuss new insights brought to the light by the Microfinance in Karnataka Sector Report, including changing customer sentiments, the industry's resilience in the face of challenges, its impacts on livelihood, the effects of financial literacy, sustainable growing, outreach, and what lies ahead of our institutions. Inviting our panel member, Mr. N. Srinivasan, Development Finance and Livelihood Expert. Mr. Srinivasan. Mr. Uday Kumar, Chairperson, MD and MD Credit Taxes Planning. Dr. L.H. Manjunath, Executive Director, SKDRTV. Mr. Vivekanand N. Salimat, Chairman, IBM Financial Services Private Limited. And I request Mr. Samit Ghosh, Founder and Non-Executive Director, Technical Small Finance Bank, to moderate the panel.
I'd just like to give you the structure of this session, which is for 40 minutes. So I'll do a brief introduction, and then each panelist will speak for 5 minutes. We'd like to basically expand on how has Karnataka's, the microfinance sector changed, over the course of last 10 years. Specifically, one of the things which Mr. Srinivasan raised is in terms of range of products which are being available to, the customers. Because, true financial inclusion actually requires multiple products which actually satisfy the different needs of the customer. So from that perspective, how has it changed, over this? Again, the other aspect, of course, is the kind of players who were there 10 years ago and the kind of players who are there today has completely changed. There has been consolidation also here in Karnataka. How has that impacted competition, etc.? Then, we'd like to see some of the challenges which Mr. Srinivasan raised, which are ahead of us. Things like pricing, which he raised. The other thing is he talked about what is the future in terms of enterprise financing, etc. Those are the kinds of, what are those challenges which are there? So look at that aspect also. I mean, I'm just giving you suggestions. You can speak whatever you wish, right? And finally, there's a little, coming from Kumble country, you have to give a googly, right? So I want them in the conclusion, just 1 minute, say what they think Karnataka's microfinance will look like in 2030. I was thinking 10 years, but 10 years is too far. 5 years is too near. So maybe 2030, how does microfinance in Karnataka look like? Just to think about it and talk about it, you know. So just to start the introduction, I'd just like to say, you know, a lot of us don't know the history that well of microfinance in India, which Mr. Srinivasan alluded to. First of all, microfinance started in India in 1974. That is 2 years before Grameen Bank in Bangladesh, by Ila Behan, you know, when she started Seva Bank, you know. And there were actually two other women, I don't know the details, one was in Tamil Nadu and the other was in Maharashtra, also started at the same time, okay? So microfinance history in India started from 1974 in India. Then Mr. Srinivasan said the big change which happened was the introduction of the self-help group. And the champion of that, of course, was Al Fernandez and Myrada, which happened in 1982. And that changed the whole dynamics of scaling up microfinance in India. The next change actually came in 1996, I think, when BASIC started the first for-profit institution in India, you know. And that started the whole range of for-profit microfinance institutions which came into India. And I think finally, around 2016, 17, you know, the SFBs which came in was the final institutional change which took place. So these are historically the different steps which has taken place. The other thing I just want to tell you about a couple of months back, because, you know, in India, we have different types, JLG, SHG, you know, individual loans, or different types of models which work towards work in microfinance. So rarely do we get a consolidated data about microfinance in India. So we tried to make an estimate as of March 22, and the number of accounts between just JLG and SHG was, you know, 13 crores, you know, 13 crores, 13 crores, about 100 million, no, I mean, yeah, 130 million, right? 13 crores. And if you take away, let's say, I mean, we don't know what is the overlap duplication in that, even if you are very generous and say that maybe out of 130 million, 30 million was overlap, that makes the country, in the country, we serve 100 million customers, okay? And we have statistics. This does not include individual loans, because we couldn't get the statistics of individual loans from all institutions. We then looked at what is the total loan outstanding, you know, and as of March 23, it was 6,000 lakh crores, okay? So that makes India #1 in microfinance in the world, you know? So we are, so we might be fighting with Pakistan to be the #1 in ODI, but you know, we are #1 in microfinance in the world, and I think this needs, Mr. Srinivasan maybe in his next study can do this thing, and you know, this needs to be documented and highlighted and appreciated across the, you know, across India and the world. As far as Karnataka is concerned, you know, I think Mr. Srinivasan said one of the, I think SKDRDP is definitely the largest SHG lender, I mean, in India, and probably the world, and not only SHG, it may be the largest microfinance lender in the world, you know. So I don't know, what do you think, Manjunath, about? No, I mean, I'm talking about BC is a part of your, it is a part of microfinance, right? So as you take a total about the loan disbursed under this thing. It is, yeah, it is largest in India, probably largest in the world, okay? So that is quite incredible. Here also today, Grameen Credit Access is #1 among the MFIs in India. And among among SFBs, Ujjivan definitely has the largest microfinance portfolio among the SFBs. So we have quite a number of #1s in Karnataka, so that is something we have to, There are two things I think in Karnataka which makes it very, very unique. One is, if you look at the balance of semi-urban, urban financing and rural financing, and through the SHG, I think the balance is the best in India in terms of SHG and the MFI, this thing, which gives a very balanced approach of financing both in the rural areas and in semi-urban, urban areas. SKDRDP is largely rural. Your Grameen Credit Access is rural. BSS is largely rural. So we have a lot of rural institutions, and there other are hybrid, etc. So that is a very unique feature, and I think that's a very good feature for Karnataka. The other thing, of course, is, Salimat and I have to take some credit along with Suresh of having started ACME and making sure that we follow a disciplined kind of process. We have good governance, and we are able to keep we have been able to manage all the crises very well. I'll close with this thing. We used to meet in Koshis actually, and have coffee and discuss kaise, we should put together ACME, etc. And it took many cups of coffee and many months till actually we found this problem. Of course, Kolar was there, but then the burning issue of Andhra Pradesh, and we said we will never allow Karnataka to go the way of Andhra Pradesh, and we have to do whatever has to be done to make sure, that microfinance is safe, sound, and works very well in Karnataka. So I think ACME plays a huge, huge role. Yeah? So with that, I think I'll ask Uday to speak first, because he has to catch a flight. Uday, by the way, apart from being the largest microfinance institution, MFI in India, I think one of the other which distinguished them is they have developed very unique ways of raising money and bringing cost of funds down. And I think Uday is again making another trip to ensure that happens. So we'll ask him to talk.
Thank you, sir. I think it's a very pleasant day when we are sitting around here after, I think, 3-4 years after COVID. Personally, physically, we are all meeting here and celebrating something very good developments, very good momentum in microfinance, sitting at crossing 100,000 loan accounts in the state. That is what the data says. I think if you look back this, I joined this industry 13 years back. At that time, probably we are very, very small, and as an industry we are small. But the foundation of association was built very strong at that time, and then all of us worked together and then ensured the crises are mitigated even after there was crises like demonetization we faced or COVID. I think we sailed through all of that and successfully reached at this level. There is a lot of contribution from each members of ACME and employees of all the microfinance, and thankfully, most importantly, the customers who are so resilient in Karnataka. I think we need to give a very different respect to our customer in Karnataka. I think one is always we saw the best of the quality in this state, best of the what you call the culture of microfinance built very well in this state, And I think this is all possible because of the institutions, the employees who are able to connect well with the customers and then probably build the right culture in this space. Therefore, probably when Srinivasan sir was presenting the data, it shows the quality, the very responsible, reasonable growth, the quality of portfolio, the less delinquency, the institutions' approach towards giving back to communities through CSR. We have seen a lot of activities by everybody. All these are, and again the contribution by the government. I think time and again the government stepped in and supported. I remember the Chief Secretary writing individual letters to all the DCs during the demonetization where we faced some difficulty. He wrote personal letters to every DCs in the state to support the microfinance by giving administrative support. I remember this in 2016-17 when we had this challenge. I think, and then afterwards also again during COVID, again allowing us to operate properly. And then time and again the participatory program. I think that the huge contribution from the state of government, state of Karnataka, and the institutions. And then the one more key, I think before talking about the industry association, I think these one association, what I saw, we don't have difference between the primary members of MFIs or SHGs or SFBs or everything. So we are all common primary members. We are working together always. Everybody at a shout, everybody together in probably Capital Hotel or somewhere, sitting and discussing things and able to resolve issues around anything, whether it is small MFI, big MFI, medium MFI, SFB, anything. I think we are able to solve that. And what Sir has said, while the state has developed well, top MFIs are from Karnataka, top SFBs are from Karnataka, top SHGs from Karnataka. As I say, industry, Karnataka is the top. I think huge respect to Karnataka in this direction. I think this will come from the institutions, employees, and the customers. These three working together, only it is possible, otherwise it's not possible. You cannot sit in the boardroom and create this environment here. It's all because of the institutions who actually ensure the employees working responsibly and the customer being resilient here. I think, when compared to the whole industry and as I say, institution, the journey definitely keep moving well, has been very well, but we keep re-look at what customer wants. If you look at, probably we would look 5 years back, 2 years back, probably now, right now also you would have seen. I just read a report we did actually from a third party on what customer wants. The aspiration remains same. I want to improve my business. I need larger loan. I want to build my house. I want to educate my kids. If you see any year, last 10 years, if you go back and check the customer, these are the 3 top aspirations of our customers, which remain same. Maybe size of the loan requirement could have gone up, or the home aspiration, the type of home would have improved from what it was 10 years back. I think customer aspiration we need to keep follow. I think so long we are able to follow them and then provide the suitable products, whether it's for education or for home or for businesses, so long, suitable products, then suitable process with technology adopted, and the suitability of price and service. If you are able to maintain, I think we can continue to build this industry and the responsible lending along with this kind of responsible customer and responsible employees. I think we can grow. And when you say 2030, I think this will be much bigger. Today already, if you compare between MFI and SHG together, probably around 40 to 40,000 crores. If I look at the numbers, I think which will be probably more than 1 lakh crores. So in Karnataka itself. No, it is not difficult. I'll tell you. Look at Bangla today. It's already about 1.2 lakh crore portfolio. Bangla, as a unit, as a country, is about 1.2 lakh crore portfolio. And looking at the Karnataka's entrepreneurs, SMEs, and the requirement of fund, the education, the per capita income, per capita GDP, if you look at, I think there's a case to cross 1 lakh crore microfinance in this state in next few years, definitely possible. But what it looks like as a center or what it looks like as a customer, probably we will do, the whole technology will take take place in types of product suitability, the decision making, the risk mitigations, the audit, everything probably is a tech-enabled process rather than personal. But you'll get extra space and time to have a relationship building, because your time is saved using tech for managing your process, business, collection, disbursement, risk, decisions. So you have more time to handle relationship, trust building. So because this so long it is an unsecured business, the building trust is your security. So it will remain for microfinance. Therefore, I think relationship building and the process building using technology, which will continue. I think we will be, by that time, we will be at that stage. So I will leave at this point of time. I will hand over mic to Thank you.
Om Shri Manjunathaya Namaha. Thank you, Samit, for that. It was a beautiful introduction. And thank you, Srinivasan Saab. I think you did, I mean, it's a wonderful report. You have really brought out the impact part, the present sectors, present standing, the impact, as well as you have flagged the concerns. And I'm sure many of the institutions here have actually tried to address the concerns that you have raised. Now, quickly recapitulating the impact of MFIs in Karnataka, I would like to quickly run through. I have got 22 points, and he has given me only 5 minutes, so I have to do it very quickly. But I want all of you to understand this, and when we go back to field, to remember this, because this is what we have done for Karnataka. Financial inclusion, more than 50 lakh individual accounts opened in the state of Karnataka by all your efforts. Financial intermediation, savings, in fact, even SHG interest subvention is happening, and more than 2.7 lakh SHGs have got interest subvention because of the efforts of the BCs in Karnataka. Financial literacy, you already know about it. You can always boast of a financial literacy work that you have been doing. Hassle-free credit, of course, I don't have to say anything. Skill development and micro-enterprise creation. I want to just narrate one product. This Sidbi Prayas product, which was introduced 4 years back across the country as an experiment. In Karnataka, we have crossed 1,100 crores at 10%, 11%, and now we're going at 12%. And each loan can go up to 5 lakhs. And the average that SKDRP has done today is 3.37 lakh per beneficiary. 31,000 current outstanding members at 3.37 lakh, something like 750 crore the current outstanding. So you can see how much contribution this sector has given for enterprise creation, enterprise development. And you can see one point that you must have noticed there in Gulbarga and in Bidar and Bijapur, you could see the per capita income was less, but the loan taken was higher. Means that these institutions have taken that much higher risk actually to support backward regions in the state. Women empowerment, I don't have to say. Women empowerment, the Chief Minister himself said, because of the SHG movement in the state, now because of that free bus that he has given to women, women are going on a tour now across Karnataka. Women, thousands and lakhs of women are going on tour because they're empowered now. They don't have to wait for their husbands and their men folk in the family to make these trips to Dharmasthala and to Subramanya and Tirupati and all those places. Empowerment is really seen. Farmers empowerment. You know, the FPO started by Salimat and the other such activities, the Yantra Shri program of SKDRP. You can name many of them. We have helped the farmers to really stand on their own. The CHSE program, 165 CHSEs done by SKDRDP, amounting to almost 150 crores, which no other, in fact, I want to tell you this, no other equipment manufacturing company have been able to install CHSE program in Karnataka, which SKDRDP did. They are the actual manufacturers. They have engineers. They are the manufacturers. But they couldn't run the CHSE program. We have done it. Insurance, health and life insurance, the credit assurance that you are giving. It's nearly touching about 7.5 million people that it is touching. And then you need to remember this. SKDRDP does 1 crore health insurance today. 1 crore health insurance. And something like we have almost got 1.5 crore life insurance, and added all your figures. I don't have your figures. But that's a wonderful figure that you are doing for life insurance and health insurance. Smooth implementation of government schemes. The madam herself admitted, because now you have an enabling institution in MFIs, the SAG movement of the NRLM is able to take off that much quicker. You need to remember that. Community development, the lot of CSR activities that you all do, SKDIDP does, 600 tanks, 500 drinking water units in villages, the help that is given to the milk societies, the local schools, the crematoriums, you name them, we are all there. The WASH program, of course, all of you are doing such a great work in WASH program and actually improving the community living environment. The tank and water program, the green energy. Most of you, I don't know, some of you are, whether you are continuing that or not, but then SKDIDP has stuck to it, and we are doing we do in a year something like 75,000 hot water projects and the solar lighting units. The green energy, poverty alleviation. It's all started with poverty alleviation. The GDP, your contribution to GDP is really so, it can be easily measured. Education, in fact, the quality of education that you are contributing to, the infrastructure in the total SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals that you are talking of 2030, how much we are all contributing. I think out of the 17, we must be contributing to 1239. I have no time to discuss that, but that is the kind of contribution we are giving to SDG. De-addiction, of course, some of you also must be, it's a major program for us. We have done 1,700 de-addiction camps in the country, de-addicting 1.2 lakh men in the state of Karnataka. We are the only organization fighting against alcoholism in the state of Karnataka and perhaps in the entire country. And then disaster relief, digitization, another major step that we are all working on. We are making women really digital friendly and experts in that. The UPI transaction that we are bringing in, that's a great transformation. The COVID response. So we can all be very proud. We may be charging 26%, some of us may be charging less, more, whatever, but we have enabled the community to really take to the next level. Now what has happened is very great, but I would like to just point out what should have or what could have happened, which is the collaboration part. All of us are working in the field and very hard workers, but are we leveraging the strengths that we have already got? For example, just take the credit assurance, the loan insurance part that most of us have got. Some of them have got at 11 rupees, some of them have got 17 rupees, 1,000, that's the insurance fee that they pay to the insurance company, 11 rupees. SKDIDP, during the COVID year, we paid 2 rupee 11 paisa. Today we are going at 4 rupee 24 paisa. That's because we have the volumes. Just imagine if we all had the same volume and we had left our small little differences and fought for the insurance, we could have still negotiated for all of us at around 4 rupees, 1,000. Similarly, the health insurance. SKDIDP's health insurance product goes at 4.3% against the value. In the sense, if it is for a lakh of rupees, somebody pays 4,300 rupees for 4 lives put together. Now, in the market today, it is going at 11%. You talk about all the health insurance is going at 11%. Because I have the volumes, I'm going at 4.2%. Just imagine if all of us had got together for one health insurance product, we would have got it at much lesser price. But we are not looking at it that way. And similarly, you talk of the insurance schemes also. In fact, for SKDIDP, the LIC of India has come out with an exclusive micro budget program. It's exclusively for SKDIDP. If all of us had joined together, how much more benefit would have got by now for our customers? So we are really not collaborating. We are all on our own ways, and I don't know what prevents other organizations to collaborate. I think at least for some of the products, and especially negotiating with the banks for our credit needs, that's another area, major area, where we should be collaborating. We should be joining together. Then customer handling is another area where we need to collaborate more, which we are really not doing. And then, of course, the customer check is another area which we are really doing nothing about now. And then CSR, collaboration in CSR activities. We can really determine many areas of activity where we can divert some of our surpluses so that the community feels much more happier about us. but we are just meeting and then talking about it and then forgetting it. We are really not doing anything about CSR activities as an institution, as a consortium. So I think these are some of the things going forward. If we have to strengthen ACME, these are some of the things which we must be thinking about and doing something about. Because all of us are doing so many great things together, but we are only little things we are doing. But if we all join together as a consortium for doing certain basic things which I have mentioned, I think we can do a lot more, and we can make the community a lot more happier, and our bargaining power will that much increase. With the government, with the administration, with the politician, you name them, our bargaining power will that much increase. But we are not doing it. So I suppose this summit will pave way for all Kannada speaking microfinance workers in Karnataka to come together to negotiate on certain imponderables and then negotiate and come out with methodologies where we can stand on a better platform. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, very motivating speak by Dr. Manjunath. One aspect that I would like to highlight is regarding the cost. First of all, when we began microfinance, it was access which was most important than the cost. Because though the public sector banks and other banks were lending at a lower rate, but cost of getting that credit itself was quite high. Nobody monetized the cost that the borrower incurs in getting a loan and repaying it. Perhaps it would have been double than what the bank charged. So microfinance in its initial several years fulfilled this gap of access. But at the same time, it was accused of usurious rates. And initially, usurious rates were also there. I can't deny that the usurious rates were there. The Andhra crisis, among other things, also was because of the usurious rates. So then, I was also a board member of Sadhan. We used to interact with various officials of RBI, including governor and deputy governor. They had shown concern, and then we were able to present to them, because we are a bulk borrowers from the bank, the rate they charged themselves were about 12-13%. Now, if the banks say their rate is risk-based, housing loan even today they lend at 8.5%. 7 also, okay. Yeah. So, what is the risk of housing loans failure? What is the risk of bulk lending to microfinance institution? I don't think in the country any microfinance loan given to any microfinance organization is under default. Yeah. No, they also did not default except a few. No microfinance organization has failed and failed to repay its loan. So this was the mindset of the public sector bank, or a policy dispensation at that point of time. Then we were pleading that if we can get the rate of the cost of finance lowered, then it is possible. Then many of them felt that then access to public deposit. RBI was very apprehensive, and then they said maybe if the level of regulation is very high, then we can look at lowering of interest. So a new set of institutions, small finance bank came, primarily with the object that you access the public deposit so that you are well governed. Premise for which the SFBs were started was because it will have access to public fund, and then the cost would be lowered. Now, Samita has to say whether he was able to reduce the rates of the microfinance. Because suddenly the cost of delivery went high. As a microfinance institution, their cost of delivery is low. Now their cost of delivery has gone up, and also they have to manage liability. So therefore, the purpose for which the small finance banks and other policy dispensation came into being did not serve the purpose. So the cost structure has still gone high. Then all of us who were purely NBFCs complaint to Reserve Bank of India that there is no level playing field, that the SFBs, there is no regulation of rate of interest, whereas there is a regulation as far as the rate of interest is concerned for NBFC. So there is no level playing field. So they came up with a idea that instead of creating a measure for how do we regulate the rate of interest, or how do you collectively reduce the rate of interest, they said NBFC also there is no limitation. According to board policy, you can charge whatever rate of interest that you want to charge. So if you look at the overall rate of interest, instead of coming down, they have gone up. So it's a question of introspection. And in that, there are 2-3 factors which are also responsible, which we have not addressed. Sri Srinivasan was of the opinion that government should intervene in this regard. Now, if you look at all the microfinance, majority of the microfinance institutions that have come in the country, where the capital comes from? Is it Indian capital? I don't think there is a Indian capital. It has come from various foreign institutional investors, various funders and all that. Obviously, they have an objective that there should be a return on their investment. And for most of the organization, there is always a pressure to return that. So therefore, the purpose like equity as well as return on investment, there is always a challenge. So if any Indian institution like SIDBI or NABARD or government could have come out into the play in the equity market and provided equity without putting pressure on return on investment. Because when the GDP is being stabilized by the microfinance sector, when the social unrest is controlled by the this sector, because when I went to Reserve Bank of India post demonetization, they were worried that after demonetization there would be riots. So they said, because you people are on the ground, you are with the client, therefore the expected right did not take place. So that is the confidence the Reserve Bank of India had on this microfinance sector. So therefore, they should have come out with a dispensation. Now they say, like Atmanirbhar Bharat, one who wants to do any investment in chips and all, how much money the government is pouring in? Is it creating jobs? They are all using AI tools. It may create wealth, but I don't think they are going to create jobs. Government itself acknowledges that if at all job is created, it is SME sector or informal sector. But therefore, as a collective body, even at the MPhil level and this level, we must emphasize that capital should flow from Indian institution without much pressure on return of investment. So therefore, one of the greatest pressure on microfinance institution to worry more on return on investment will be reduced. That is one portion. The other is also like Dr. Manjunath said. Can you share, like what he said, we can also share some of the infrastructure. For example, in case of mobile, earlier they were all very extremely expensive, but mobile today is most affordable in the entire world. Also because they are sharing the infrastructure, like towers, they all share. So nowadays, is it not possible to create such infrastructure whereby there could be common collections? All of us go to the same village to do the same collection. I will collect for 20, he will collect for another 25 and all that. All of us will go. So there are various intermediaries who will do the cash collection. So collectively, if you can negotiate, if you can develop a system whereby, because nowadays slowly digital collection is happening. Most of the around 20-25%. In Bihar, I think the digital collection percent is very high. I'm very surprised to see that. So similarly, if we all put our head together, create a mechanism whereby there could be common collection through digital and other means, that also can reduce the cost. Another cost reduction system, Dr. Manjunath said, his cost is one of the lowest in the country. Ours is still lower in some program. Because, you know, banks are lending at, say, 9%, 10%, they will give some 5% commission. So the money that is available to the down client is 15%. But the same banks, except SKDDP, whom are they appointed as a BC?
he himself tried to facilitate some other organization to, huh? Yeah. But the enormous difficulty that you have faced, for yourself there is no limit. You can get anything for BC, but it has not become a replicable model. Even there is some reservation among the public sector bank to appoint somebody as BC. So BC is another channel where the cost can be reduced. So these are some of the things that we have to look at. One is we ourselves have to increase our digital collection methodology. And in that, another factor also is the staff attrition. Always there is a competition among us. No? Every year, what is the percentage of rise each employee needs to get? Look at government, what is the increment, what they will get. So in the microfinance sector, everybody expects some 20% rise, 10% rise. Continuously there is a pressure on the cost of people, especially in the field people. So there is one continuously moving from one to other, because we say we'll give whatever last drawn salary, I will give another 10% hike, 20% hike. There is a competition among them without any improvement in the quality. Same stock, it is moving from one organization to other. So therefore, here also we must look at any innovation in terms of artificial intelligence. Where can we reduce our cost? Thereby also they reduce the rate of interest. See, these are some of the things that we should look at. Eventually, we should reduce our cost, I agree. But then I also see the fintech companies, emerging fintech company, who are supposed to be a solution for this. I have seen some of them charging as high as 50%. Fintech percent is supposed to be a solution for everything. Now they are charging double than what microfinance are charging. So we have been making a lot of efforts to reduce the cost, but instead of reduction, it is going up and up and up. So all of us should put our heads together, find different solution, come with some innovation, and it should stabilize. Otherwise, we cannot become a most developed nation. Like our Prime Minister said, by 2047, we should be the leading developed nation. Unless we remove these bottlenecks, we can't be a developed nation. We'll ever be aspiring developed nation, never become a developed nation. So with these words, I thank you.
So you'll leave in by about 7:30. Okay. I think you must have been bored already seeing me too many times out here. But still I will try and entertain you a bit. You see, one of the issues that we face in the microfinance sector is that the demand is unlimited. Sometimes we compete for something that we need not really compete for. We do that. With the result, what Manjunath and later Vivekan talked about, where we could have collaborated and developed the sector and the business more, we have been spending resources in trying to exclude somebody rather than develop the market together. There could have been several things, like Manjunath gave several examples and Vivekan talked about a few examples. So is it possible that we get together where we can get together and keep the IPR on product design or process or IT or whatever, so the differentiators make themselves in the market? Because with the level of customer attrition, which has been steady over the last 10 years, Samit, it has never fallen below, say, 35–40% in most of the major institutions. But no institution has collapsed. For every customer that goes, 1.5 customers come in. That's how you show the annual growth rates, which means the market has depth and the outgoing customer is no worse than or no better than the incoming customer. Both are equally good in terms of credit discipline. They have serviced us. So are we missing out on collaboration possibilities, thereby using economies of scale, which are possible on certain aspects? For some time, I think the industry was talking about shared IT vertical infrastructure. It fell through after some time. For the small ones, SIDBI talked about and some initial movement took place. But one thing we should recognize, the entire credit referencing that has come through It came through as an act of collaboration between all the leading MFIs. You were there when Vijay and what do you call, Vasu and all that started off. And now it has, what do you call, become mainstream, which is the envy of several other, what do you call, countries, where microfinance is strong, but you don't have a decent credit bureau through which you can reference the customer's past record and the level of debt and all that. And it's a key source of income. The second issue that I wanted to also focus on, what has happened to the really poor? We are still talking about 2 levels above the base poverty levels. Now we have grown, we have done a reasonable enough, what do you call, work, dealing with those vulnerable, but who are still able to make a life for themselves with whatever support we are able to give. But have we thought about those who are 1 or 2 levels below? Because the demand at the level where we are doing is unlimited. Are we also not required to think of those who require it more? Business-wise, it may not make sense. Because I think in the distant past, we used to have Bandhan doing, still Bandhan Konagar is trying to do this graduation of the poorest of the poor. Samit, you yourself, and then Gramin, Kuta, those days, we used to have this PPI index being monitored over a number of years. But then I think all these attempts were given up. Where these were seemed to be maybe things which are not relevant to growing business. We should actually focus on expanding and then making service available to more. Should we revisit the customer profile that we have compared to the areas that we operate? Look at what can be done. It may not be that we can give the same loans to them. Are there other things? Can we bring in CSR collaborations to deal with those ultra poor people, to build basic bankability from where we can start off lending so that their livelihoods also improve? I think this is a thought process, because we are in the business of dealing with the poor. We should also be in the business of dealing with the poorest. That is one of the points. The third, if you look at what is happening in the public space, public funding coming in, especially for social and development sectors, is reducing. We can look at the overall numbers that are announced in the budget. But you go also look at how the year gets completed. In most of the years, the expenditure is not made, it's made to the extent of 60-70%. Or this year's expenditure is held over. So you may not pay the farmers where they are under the PM Kisan scheme. You say 5,000 crores we will hold over. Next year's budget will show a 50% increase. But this is past our years. And of this 50% increase, still only 70% is paid. If you look at the actual development expenditure that is taking place, whether it is food subsidy, NREGS allocation, the point I am making is increasingly private capital will be called upon to replace the relatively weaker flow from public sources. One of the, underlying messages is people are becoming better off compared to there is no abject poverty. If it is so, then why they cannot find a slightly better source? You look at enterprise creation, there used to be a subsidy scheme that has been stopped. We don't see for SHGs, only I think that subsidy scheme is there. For farming operations, this year it was touch and go. We don't know about next year, whether the entire, subsidy of 5% will be available, or only the 2% subsidy which retains the loan at 7%. It is not that we are in favor of subsidies or we are against it. The reality is, on the ground, private capital is going to be more required as we go ahead. Are we prepared to look at those scenarios? Coming down very severely. And so on all these places, there is going to be a call on somebody to lend to fill the gap. So are we in that there? I think this is also one of the issues. The fourth point I would like to make is, we have been in whichever geographical location for a long time. We have done 5 cycles, 10 cycles, 12 cycles. Do we really have people who understand the major livelihood, how those cycles go? With that understanding, do we actually engage in our credit portfolios? And that understanding, whether it helps people who are actually on the ground. If you look at, say, the milk sector, every 4 years it has a burnout. High milk prices, lot more investment in cows and buffaloes. When the milk comes to the market, the prices fall, People who invested, they have to get out at whatever price. When we know that this is happening, is it possible for us to be able to understand the cycle and then advise? To what extent our people have invested themselves in understanding local economics? Because we are saying we are doing much more of income generating activities, whether they actually generate income, whether there are higher risks, in what way the customer can do differently. This is something that probably we will have to look at, develop, because this is core to what we are doing. And if we want to do enterprise financing and graduation of those better customers into higher level enterprises, we should have a much finer, refined understanding of what happens to the livelihoods on the ground. Then only we can. It is not that we can finance, say, 10 enterprises standing by itself. You should understand the sector in which these enterprises operate, whether that will thrive. Exceptionally, 5% enterprises, regardless of what happens in the market, may survive, flourish. The remaining 95% will depend on, say, like a stock market. They say a rising tide will lift all the boats, right? When the water flows out, if you have wheels, you can still drive under the boat. How many of them will have a wheel? This is the question that we should be asking in our understanding of what are the local enterprises that sector is doing. This is somewhere I think we need to do some. And of course, the last point I would leave with it. I referred to the increasing digitalization, the increased what you call comfort with using phones and all in the rural areas. What we bring as a comfort, is it only a comfort to the institution? Is it a comfort to the customer? In every location where we introduce a digital lending and then recovery mode, is the customer shifting, the burden of finding cash is shifted to the customer and converting the cash into a digital mode. Someone somewhere has to do that. So have we comfortably passed on? Are we investing some time in understanding that as well? Because if indirect costs are filled out, pushed out to them, and we are saying I am 100% digital, that fellow is getting paid in cash somewhere. How does it become digital in his hand? So some other thing for us to mull about, I don't know whether we are talking about the 2030 now and...
No, yeah.
Then I leave it.
Okay. So I'll quickly summarize and then we can do a Q&A. I think one thing is, as Mr. Srinivasan said, see, digitalization, and Uday also said, frankly, we've been in this business from 1974. The customers have also become sophisticated. So we should understand that, right? And what I see is, and what Uday alluded to, is the transaction aspect in which our staff is mostly involved today will disappear with digitalization, both from disbursement of loans and from collection, okay? So there'll be a lot of time left for relationship building, cross-selling different financial products, etc. So that is something is going to come. And actually what we are seeing, especially after COVID, a lot, because of the QR code, etc., lot of the fund transfers which used to take place purely cash is actually moving to digital. So that will keep increasing, I think, what Manjunath, in his presentation, it is like an ideal presentation, but his institution is God's institution. We have other gods also, because we have shareholders, we have investors, etc. But I think what we can learn from there is the range of products they offer, If we are not able to offer that range of products in the next few years, we will not survive, because the customers require that, In terms of developmental activity, which we are all doing a little bit, but we can't do the kind of things which you all do. That is, it's whatever you do is fabulous, but as we said, we have other gods to satisfy, right? As far as ultra poor is concerned, it's not that it's disappeared, but definitely it's not a priority. Even Ujjivan has an ultra poor program, not in Ujjivan, but in Parinam, which is a sister organization, which it still carries on and it grows, As far as the pricing is concerned, especially of SFBs, let me tell you that the SFBs were first born we had baptism by fire, right? We had first demonetization, then we had COVID. So there were so many costs involved. Huh? GST also is there, but GST's impact was not as much as these two, you know. So there was a huge credit cost. Add to it, you know, we are required by the RBI that at least we should target that 50% of our business comes secured business. Those are new businesses. That means you have to do MSME, you have to do housing, you have to vehicle finance and things like that. Those are all being incubated at the cost of microfinance because we have to remain profitable and yet, you know, support these businesses which are in the incubation stage. But let me tell you two trends which are coming. I think something which came out strongly in the survey is a lot of customers are now questioning the interest rates they're paying. That was not the case 10 years ago, right? As you know, Salimat said that was that they were happy with access. They couldn't care what they were paying. But today, a huge number of customers are paying, questioning why are we paying these rates. Secondly, microfinance is the most profitable banking business today. That's attracting a huge number of new players, including Bajaj, including Jio, Tata's, yeah, you know, but I would be worried with Jio and Reliance and Bajaj, okay? Tata will take their own time, yeah? Huh? Yeah, 800 crores is nothing, yeah. Right, but so there are very big players coming in and they will aim at the top end of the market and they will be highly digitalized, you know? And they're, so I don't know whether they are going to play the interest rate game like Reliance played in, the pricing game, which they played in the telecom sector. Hopefully not, but they will definitely skim off the best of the market, you know. So these changes will put a huge pressure, and I think in our business model, we should work on lower interest rates, you know, as we go forward, yeah. So with that, I think I'll open, you know, to the house. If there are any questions, they would like to ask the panelists.
Good evening, sir. Myself, Vishnu Prasad. I represent L&T Finance. I have a question to the panelists. The scale at which microfinance is growing, I'm sure that digital will be the enabler. But at the same time, my question is that when people started paying individually through digital modes, what will happen to the DNA of microfinance, that is group concept? Will it get diluted, or can you throw us light on that?
More digital will enable you to build relationship. So your cost and time is saved because of digital transactions and the digital process, which will help you to build the relations. Maybe it may not be group as a meeting. Instead, you may find a different way to have a relationship continuing with alternative way. We have to find alternative way. I think we may not be able to keep the same group meeting regularly, but instead we have to find different way because your cost and time is saved already.
Hi. See, the other thing is, you know, world over, if you see how microfinance has evolved, it has moved from group to individual lending. So, and increasingly the size of loans become larger and larger, which groups are not ready to bear. And then, you know, that also leads to individual lending. So that's the direction it'll move. At what pace, we don't know, but definitely.
Hi.
I think the superiority that we claimed earlier for group-based financing made it much easier process-wise. It enabled one man to service X number of customers. Individually, it would not have been possible. But Today we seem to be weakening on the group bonding part, which was one of the original start points. Nobody is enforcing group guarantee anymore. Second, the customer thinks he cannot bear his financial soul or her financial soul in a group. The class of people who came in 20 years back, they are very different. Today those who come, they would not like to say what is it that they need or what is it to a group of people. Why everyone else should know. So, and I think the data privacy legislation will probably annihilate whatever little group-based processes that are left there. So we have to be prepared to deal individually. At the same time, bring them on a common platform in whatever manner, so that common messages get across, not necessarily for loans and then repayments and sanctions and disbursements.
Yeah, hi. My name is Emperala Gunashekar Naidu. I am actually PVK in Government Degree College topper. In Chittoor district I am from, Andhra Pradesh, and also like I am here from Koitlam. The fact to be understand is I really appreciate the program the way it is happening, because I know the Sri culture from my childhood, and I know how the Dwakra groups worked, and then because I work with the Clean and Green programs and also Janmabhoomi at the time, and so on, like after that now self-help programs. Now the fact to be understand is I would like to know, like, yeah, as I said, before I get in question, my name is Emperala Gunashekar Naidu. I am extraordinary judge and extraordinary justice of Karnataka High Court, and also elevated to Supreme Court of India as extraordinary Chief Justice. That time Mr. Nuthulpat Venkatramana sir is aware of me, and also, yeah, and also like now D.Y. Chandrachud also, and so on. The fact is, for sericulture and also like different types of programs, which the small and medium scale microeconomics which is happening, I would like to know what is the on an average amount that has been dealt to in villages, especially the medium scale producers, and on an average what is per person it has been dealt, and also it's I would like to know like what is the repayment percentage. I have seen that earlier reversals and percentages and amounts and all. So I would like to know what is on an average that amount has been contributed, and what is the reversals that has been happening, and also like if any amounts that not been dealt, then how the process been taken care, like what is the basis that you people evaluate, because to raise the fund and to give the fund to all the people to make them economically strong through the Microfinance Karnataka Summit in the Karnataka for that matter. So how exactly like coffee plants, it could be tea plants, there are many associations, how exactly on an average amount being funded to each producer? So I would like to know. I really appreciate for getting an answer.
You are from Andhra Pradesh, so you are asking about Karnataka. Thank you very much. So I just want to answer your question. See, actually, two, three things are happening. The amount of loan given at a time to from an MFI to a member may be less, but they will be using that money in installment. For example, you want to construct a house. With one loan, you do the foundation. The second loan, you go up to the lintel. Third loan, you go up to the roof. Similarly, it's about enterprises also. You scale up gradually. If you are talking of silk, in the first loan, they may be taking only mulberry cultivation. In the second loan, they are going for equipment. In the third loan, they are going for actual marketing proceeds, there are additional machinery. So it's about compartmentalizing the requirement. That is what, actually that increases their repayment capacity, their goal setting, their actually active focus and activity. All these things will increase because of this kind of innovation that the people are doing because of the microfinance. If I had given them all 5 lakh rupees together, you would have wasted that money. Now because I am giving him 1 lakh each time, he is not wasting it. He knows how to use it. So he is more focused now. I think microfinance has really changed the mindset of the borrowers. Mr. Man, I mean, it's a quick answer, but I think you should. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I think we have run out of time, so we have to conclude the session. We are there. You can ask us questions when we are around. The only thing I'd like to say that by 2030, because a lot of our customers have moved up the ladder, they are now all aspiring middle class. You know, there are definitely right at the bottom, but majority are aspiring middle class. And that forms a huge portion of the population in India. And I think microfinance or institutions and who are involved in that, they will be actually more and more supporting this segment, which will actually take India to the next stage of middle income country, that 10 trillion, 5 trillion, I don't know, whatever numbers they talk about, that kind of a country. But it all depends on this segment of customers and how we support them. Thank you.
Thank you, dignitaries, for the vibrant and intellectual panel. I would request kindly remain seated. I would request Mr. Venkatesh, IFL Samastha, to honor Mr. Srinivasan and Mr. Uday Kumar. Okay. Venkatesh is not there. Okay, we'll just ask Mr. J.G. Memon. Please honor Mr. Srinivasan and Mr. Uday Kumar.
Microfinance digitization, opportunities, challenges for MFIs and future prospects. With an increased ownership of smartphones and growing digital literacy, Karnataka on the cusp of transformation. Tune in for a freewheeling conversation on the paperless future, digital literacy and
a bit of history to that.
applications. that fintechs are also in the field. So how much, what would be the difference of an MFI and a fintech if entire your process is becoming digitized?
So as what you previously said, the biggest advantage as an MFI is that the customer touch. Basically, the habit of connecting with the customers, basically helps us to foster trust within the customers. And that is the core DNA of most of the MFIs sitting in this room. So this basically helps us understand the needs of the customer, identifies and helps to identify the right loan product based on his repayment capabilities, so that he's able to fulfill his aspirations. And that is what all of us as MFIs in this room add value. Unlike the fintechs who typically might not even see the customer.
Okay.
So and there's a huge opportunities for us to basically probably collaborate with fintechs, come out with better solutions, better products. But I think that is the key strength that we all of us have in terms of making sure that in terms of understanding the customer better. And for us to basically scale our business, I think most of our MFIs are doing, we are investing heavily on technology, building a good, robust IT infrastructure, working with various fintech solutions to basically automate business process. I think that becomes a very critical foundation for us to interconnect when we probably have to come out with new co-lending products with various players in the market that really enable us to come to speed.
Thank you. Martin, you are a bank. You are a small finance bank, and you are the largest small finance bank in the country. I'm sure your microfinance background is still continuing. So what is the difference you have brought in as a bank in the microfinance activities?
Yeah, so one is being in Bangalore, technology capital of the country, you can't be away from digitization, right? And with our past experience in microfinance, we have tried to improve it or become stronger by becoming a bank, right? So one is how do we ensure that whatever we deliver, it enhances the customer experience. We have deeply studied different stages of the customer life cycle, okay? I think my colleagues here spoke about the acquisition part of it and the processing part of it. What we have uniquely developed is we have created a first of a type of app, which is visual, voice, and vernacular, right? So this digitization has to provide power to the customer, right? The power has to be with the customer. It has to be convenient to the customer. Today, if you're saying the customer behavior has changed over the number of years, right? Whether it is in terms of your OTT platforms, if you're saying that most of the advertisements and everything which comes in your OTT and everything, it's in regional language. So you can't escape. Whatever you're going to digitize, it has to be in your regional language, which has to be easily understood by our customer. So as a bank, what you have done is, yes, in terms of your acquisition, whatever automation we could do, it is nearly paperless actually, and it is almost instantaneous. We are able to process, right? In terms of experience, what we have done is for an existing customer, we have taken away the pain point of them visiting our branch for fulfilling their services, right? So we have provided the mobile-based app, which enables them to avail services, right? So that they don't have to take time off from their workplace to fulfill their requirements. So as a bank, we have tried to give the power to them so that they don't have to visit. And another thing what we have done is, I think during the earlier panel discussion was, how have you helped the customer in terms of removing cash? Yes, we have closely observed the customer environment where they work in, and we have come out with solutions. So for example, if you are going to disburse loan into their bank account, if their transactions are going to be in cash, how do we able to help them convert that cash into digital currency? So we have given them unique QR codes, which enables them to accept repayments digitally and also transact with us digitally. That achieves 2 points. One is it eliminates the risk for the customer. Second one, it reduces the cost of your transaction for the customer. So these are the few things which we have done as a bank.
Now, again, my question is that, again, my doubt is that, see, you are saying that as a customer experience, you have made so much, provisions and facilities which avoid even the borrowers need not have to come to the branch at all. So are we moving towards a fintech kind of a scenario?
See, what happens is fintechs, so it is two different aspects actually. Fintechs provide you the technology, what is required at a very shorter duration of time, and they can help you jumpstart actually certain processes, right? But they cannot give you the end-to-end processes. Whereas as a bank, what happens is your financial services and your outreach, that will continue. I think the model which was there, it is definitely undergoing to go a change, right? So the model what was there 10 years ago, where you have to meet the customer frequently, interact with them, collect the cash, I think that portion will get transformed to a larger extent. Today, for example, if you're seeing, a lot of us, we meet over Google, a lot of us, we meet over Zoom. Something like that definitely is going to happen there also, so that your personal connect doesn't go away, but at the same time, you don't have to travel distances to keep the touch with customer.
Right, thank you. So, let's hear from our technology provider. You heard various technologies being adopted by the MFIs and SFBs. What is the next kind of a technology you are likely to provide to make their life more comfortable, or make the life of the customers more comfortable, other than what we have heard from these people?
See, I was thinking of, so we are a technology services provider, and our bread and butter is in innovation, right? Technology innovation. So market shifts can rattle the most prominent of enterprises, and nobody is safe. And unless you innovate, regardless of the industry, you will shut down, right? So that holds for every industry. Now, while we were speaking, I was thinking of an example of a technology innovation that is relevant to this industry, the micro lending, the small finance, and so on and so forth. And that innovation is ongoing in India, today. So the question is, if you can use technology innovation to accelerate lending action in the Indian economy, if you can remove friction from the process, right? If you can create something equivalent to UPI on the lending side, that is something that would accelerate financial inclusion. So the kind of loans that we are talking about here is obviously loans like agri-lending, and entities do not have access to variables that they need to model risk and underwrite this loan. So for an example, if a lending entity want to give a loan to a small-time farmer, what are the variables that would be needed to model risk? And the answer would be, for a given parcel of land that the borrowing farmer has, what would be the crop type, what would be the crop yield, what would be the, was there an incident of flood, what is the irrigation state, what is the soil health, so all of this, there is a state government with their digitized land record system, but each state government land record system looks different API schemas, different data schemas, and so on and so forth. Then there are many providers of satellite data who can use ML to automatically figure out the crop yield and crop type, and so on and so forth. Similarly, providers of e-sign and e-stamping and consents and so forth. So now the question is, how can you make the least tech savvy of lenders be able to create the most sophisticated of risk models, right? And then underwrite these loans. So the Reserve Bank of India, they have envisioned a credit stack, what they call as credit stack, that would do all the heavy lifting and make the lender's journey as lightweight as possible. And this was recently announced by the Reserve Bank governor in his bi-monthly address, a week or so ago. So this is an example of the kind of technology innovation that can democratize the lending. See, now only the most tech savvy and the big pockets, the big banks could create these models to calculate the risk, model delinquency, and make the loan disbursal and interest a function of this. Now, if this is democratized, and if the least tech savvy of banks and the smallest of the lending entities can leverage and create this risk models, this can change the game. This can level the playing field, and this is an ongoing example of how technology.
In somebody who needs emergency loan, maybe a medical requirement or any kind of an emergency loan, can he run to a MFI and borrow instantly with having this kind of information with them?
So ideally, utopially, yes. The answer is yes, because the lending should become so easy, the risk modeling should become so easy that it is an API call to this platform. So instead of dealing with 10 different providers and creating a model yourself, can all that be offloaded? So, recently HDFC, for example, released a new lending journey around milk cattle lending. So there the providers are those who have data about milk yields. So there they have already piloted this platform. So these milk yield providers have onboarded this platform. So all it takes for SDFC is one API call and create their model. So you can generalize this to several others.
Doing something on that? Are you a company?
Yes, we are.
Oh, great. Actually, Sri Prakash, one question I have is about, we have in the previous discussion also we heard that there is the group lending is concerned. Meeting can we create?
I mean, I have listened to the discussion on this earlier. See, one thing is there are a lot of things that's happening on the AI front. For example, we have generative AI, which can generate a lot of curated content, which can be used to engage the customers. I mean, of course, all these. There's not much of language support, local language support as of now, but in future, definitely all these technology can be put into use for engaging the customers in a much better way, very customized content for the customer based on the data that we have about them. So whether dilution of importance of group meetings, I mean, certainly it is coming down. I mean, I'm sure 5 years from now, definitely what we would see is different, but certainly there will be technology. I'm not talking about a virtual meeting. I don't see a point in doing a virtual meeting, but there could be a lot of other ways we could engage the customers.
Sri Krishna, do you see any kind of technology solution for that?
For what? Can you repeat?
See, now the group, the MFIs lent in a group approach. They have a center meeting, group meeting. In the center meeting, the appraisal takes place, the loan is given. Any technology can, because now suddenly after the COVID, you find that suddenly there is a lack of interest as far as attending the group meetings are concerned, suddenly you find that things.
Banking. Okay. All the customer has to do is they have to use my app, invoke the video banking, and they can avail the services. It serves two. They don't have to visit my branch. Customer is free only after 8 in the evening, or the customer is free only on a weekday at a particular time. So this video banking kind of facility is very much usable and it is being used.
So there's anything from your side, any thoughts on that?
I think it's a very interesting journey that we are all getting into.
Yeah.
Advancements that we are currently seeing, and fintech implementing point solutions and AI coming to play. But what is also happening, parallelly, if you look at, is the regulators are enabling data to people who are interested in, I don't know, like what enabling microdata. So that, and data is going to be the next oil for growth. And the technology and data making it accessible to companies like us, we'll be able to devise new solutions. So like for instance, if you remember 2 days ago when there was this fintech festival, the chairman of SEBI, she actually said, I've got a lot of data and all of this data is going to be made available to all.
Right.
And whoever is able to make best sense of data using analytics, for be it for credit decisioning, collections, and using technology together, I think they will be the key winners. The good thing about us is that we have grown from the bottom, in the sense that our business has grown because of our connected customers. So our DNA is basically understanding customers. I think we are in a best sweet spot of not only having our best connected customers, but also adopting technology and data. I think we will be able to position ourselves offering the best products. We don't need to worry about anything tech.
See, one dichotomy we find in microfinance lending is that at one side we say that we are serving the poorest to the poor section, but as the previous panel also discussed, we are still not touched the the bottommost people. That is the poorest of the poor or the ultra poor. That is number one. Number two is that we are still concentrated in around 200 to 300 districts. If you see the data, around 70% of your portfolio is in 200 districts. So that means another 300, 400 districts which are having very, very minimal, maybe some of them cannot be approached in the normal way of our regular microfinance lending. Can technology provide any kind of solution to this?
So I'll try. So we know that the Indian
Asking whether we are seeing, whether we'll see such kind of a scenario. That's
Such kind of scenario. Because that will
what do you
boost
think?
the lower segment. I mean, see, we are seeing
A shared platform, that's what
yeah.
he's talking about. Will there be a possibility for a shared infra platform in technology?
Yeah, I think something which is just started off is the spoken platform, where it is like a marketplace where anybody who wants to take a loan, the banks can participate there, and yeah, it is very democratic. So it is in the early stages. I'm sure something similar will emerge in the MFI segment also.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, last question. Somebody raised that. That's the last question. Yeah.
So good evening, sir. My name is Vishnu. I represent L&T Finance. So my question is on the similar line of what Martin sir was explaining, video KYC. So one thing that is inevitable in microfinance customer onboarding journey is that CGT and GRT, where a person from the bank will go and do the appraisal, house visit and all that. But if you see on the flip side, products like housing loan, MSC, they are doing video PD for ticket size like 1 crore and above. But we are lending 1 lakh rupees, but still we are not exploring on video PD option, tele PD option. Can you throw some light on that?
I think Ujjivan, you said you are doing something on that, isn't it?
Yeah, we have already started the video KYC and the video banking. Okay, so for example, for a repeat customer or the customer who is already your existing microfinance customer, the repeat loan, they don't have to go through that entire procedure. And similarly, if they are already having a credit history, there are ways where the customer doesn't have to go through that lengthy process, because today you have the data, your bureau is very strong. Right, so based on all these things, these journeys can be very much simplified, and we are on that path actually.
So now the last one minute to each of you. You can give your thoughts about how the future looks like. Maybe the next 5 years. How does it look like based on the technological advancement which you are seeing now? AI, ML, all kind of new technologies are in the field. So how do you see the next 5 years in microfinance sector? Start with Sudhish. Shivaprakash.
5 years is a long time in
Okay,
technology.
make it 3 years.
Okay. So what I mean is, see what I mean, there will be a lot of changes. Even 3 years from now, there will be a lot of changes. But what won't change is the huge demand for credit. Okay. I mean, if you look at 5 years ago, where we were, I mean, we didn't have internet. I mean, since rural pockets didn't have digital penetration, we didn't have, we were doing disbursements in cash. Digital collection wasn't there. Now, in fact, many of our customers didn't have smartphones also.
So you're saying that there will be a huge demand coming up in the next 5 years. That's what you're saying?
That's right. See, even from a technology perspective, wherever we are now, I mean, there'll be use of a lot of data. Probably, I mean, as we discussed, there won't be a...
Your data becomes the king.
Sorry?
Data will become the king.
Data will become the king.
Sudesh, what is it?
The development will come into it because urban cities have no replicators, and hence there will be a huge growth in the rural markets. And hence, from a technology perspective, adoption of new technology, it's not about, I mean, technology is already there, like UPD, UKYC, MLAI. It's all about adoption. Adoption in the field.
So more of adoption you are seeing of new technology will come.
And the adoption will be forced by the ecosystem, right?
Demand and the requirement. Right.
The customers are very well versed doing UPI transactions, e-commerce. So that will push all of us to basically make our journeys more seamless, make it more intuitive, you know, pretty much like metaverse, because metaverse is again a very good technology which will help in training our customers, training our members, training our own employees.
Okay.
So a huge leap of technology will, along with the data,
right,
will basically make life simple and easy for.
Right. Martin, what is that your take on?
Yeah, so I think in the world, India's payment infrastructure is one of the most advanced. I would say.
Definitely,
We
definitely.
should feel proud about it. right? So RBI is contemplating, I think it is already started off, the digital currency which is started off.
Yes.
I'm sure that is going to make a leap and bounce jump, especially in the credit area. For example, if it's a new, even the person does
So-
not have a credit history, it's very much possible to give loans without having a bureau information, because your digital currency will, I'm sure it will help in leap bounding in that. And cloud would be another area, I think, which we cannot ignore, right? Going forward
Yeah.
with the volume of transaction which is happening.
In fact, when you talk
And,
of the shared infrastructure, cloud is
yeah, so
definitely-
there was a panel discussion earlier on the cost. I think if the cost has to come down, the technology like cloud, which is inevitable, and I think we'll have to adopt towards that in case we have to provide. a
Last word from
reliable
you,
service,
Sri Krishna.
See, India is special because of the unique nature of problem solving you need here. So we have challenging design points here, daunting engineering constraints, different kind of price points and so on. So now global companies know that if they succeed in India, they can succeed elsewhere. So any big companies you see, they have two research centers. One will be in the US, the other will be in India. And if they have only one, it's probably going to be only in India. So for example, for any app on your mobile, the number of simultaneous users is in the low millions, right? Single digit millions or double digit millions, and the fluctuation of load. Covin, for example, the fluctuation of load is 2,000 during off-peak, or used to be 2,000 during off-peak hours and 20,000 during on-peak hours. So it's like 10,000x of fluctuation, right? For which you necessarily need the cloud. So it's like if you can drive in India, you can drive anywhere else. Similarly, you solve a problem in India, you can solve it for the world. So that's
Right.
what.
So if you solve the problem for India, you can solve it for the world. So with that, I think we'll stop here. Friends, it was a wonderful discussion we had, but unfortunately the time was a constraint. We could not go further beyond this. With this, I stop here. The only takeaway from this discussion is that technology is going to make a change for the next 5 years. Entire thing is going to be on the technology, and technology will determine how do we reach the poorest of the poor, or the farthest of the farther, or the remotest of the remotest, and also provide them the best possible customer experience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, dignitaries, for an interactive, insightful, and prospective discussion. It is now time to honor our panel and members and the moderator. So can we have Mr. Kumar from BSS to honor Mr. Shiva Prakash Devaya and Mr. Sudesh Putran? Can we have Mr. Kumar from BSS? Okay. I request Mr. Panchakshri to kindly honor the guest of honors. Okay. Can I have Mr. Anand Rao from Chaitanya India Fin Credit Private Limited to honor Mr. Shiva Prakash Devaya and Mr. Sudesh Putran?
Come, bring it.
A round of applause, yes, thank you. Mr. Shiva Prakash Devaya, Director and CTO. May I request Mr. Ganesh Narayanan, Credit Access Grameen Limited, to honor Mr. Gigi Maman, the moderator of this panel. This is Mr. Sudesh Putran, CTO, Credit Access Grameen Limited. I request Mr. Ganesh Narayanan, Credit Access Grameen Limited, to honor Mr. Gigi Maman. I kindly request Mr. Ganesh Narayanan to kindly honor Martin Pumpli and Sri Krishnan Venkateshwaran. It is Martin Pumpli, COO Ujjivan Small Finance Bank. To Mr. Sri Krishnan, CTO and Kindle India. Sir, kindly honor Mr. Sri Krishnan Venkateshwaran, CTO, Kindle India. A round of applause, yes, for the panel members and the moderator. Thank you, sir.
Now we move on to the final discussion of the day. Microfinance driving inclusive growth, unlocking the unreached potentials in Karnataka. Amidst the landscape of rural Karnataka lay vast swathe of hidden potential waiting to be discovered. How can we, as members of the microfinance industry, play a part in unlocking this? Join our esteemed panelists as they discussed inclusive growth, micro-enterprise, and our impact beyond the world of credit. Inviting our panel members, Mr. Anand Rao, CEO, Chaitanya, India Fin Credit Private Limited, Mr. Sadaf Saeed, CEO, Muthoot Microfin Limited, Mr. Ganesh Narayanan, CEO, Credit Access Grameen Limited, Mr. Harish Raghu, CEO, Sagraham Management Services Private Limited, and I request Mr. Vinay Kumar Singh, Head SRO and Compliance, MFin, to moderate the panel discussion.
Are you guys hungry? I asked. Yeah. So we'll have a short session here. We've already talked a lot about history, future, what all is there, what is going to come. We will spend a few minutes here to discuss about what exactly is happening at not really at 30,000 level, but we'll come down a bit below. And I'm sure you'll find it interesting. And after that, we'll have dinner. So right now, be hungry for information a bit for some more time, okay? Good. So I'll start with you, Ganesh. So I think only to understand how we calculate the kind of market potential that we have in Karnataka and what is the kind of reach we've already achieved. How exactly do we go about calculating the market potential? We've heard a lot of numbers being thrown about in the evening today. So how exactly do we reach those numbers?
Okay, thank you, Vinay. I think firstly, I would also like to thank ACME for this wonderful opportunity. It's just come out amazing. My first compliments to all of you for arranging such a great show. With respect to the question, Vinay, I think Karnataka per se is a very progressive market, right? So it's quite developed when you see any other state, especially on microfinance. We spoke in length about how it is very different in quality. In fact, for over 2 decades, we've been seeing the quality, not only in repayments as well as discipline in the market is very, very high in Karnataka. From that per se, I think potential remains to be very high in Karnataka. Karnataka today, I think, is the third in GDP rank and is supposed to surpass Tamil Nadu in the near future. So it looks quite promising, in the long term. And if you see, Karnataka has around 6.1 crore population. So we typically, for any state, we try and derive a potential by taking certain assumptions on households. So we take a 4-factor and we assume around 15 million households is something that is Karnataka's total households, out of which around 61% is rural, the rest is urban. So even that, you remove the BPL, which is currently not addressed by microfinance by a factor of around 10-12%. These are all basis government numbers. And you also remove the non-addressable market, which is the higher income bracket. So we estimate close to around 10 million households as a potential for the Karnataka state.
Out of a total of 15 million, you said 10 million is the potential market for us.
Potential market for microfinance. So this is basis the assumptions I said, urban, rural. If you look at the penetration today, it's higher in urban. This is basis CRIF data. So around urban penetration is high compared to rural. So urban is around 70+%, and rural is only 40+%. So anywhere between 55 to 60% is the penetration that the Karnataka has achieved when it comes to microfinance. Another factor we need to also assume when we calculate potential, because many of this is depending on 2011 census. So we don't have a factor. We can assume a certain factor. one more thing we also need to assume is that India is going to remain a very young country till at least next 50 years. So there's going to be new and new borrowers which are going to come. So while I'm giving you indicative numbers, it looks a little more higher. So in the medium term, we believe, like Uday said, Karnataka has the potential to double and reach, around 1 lakh crore in the medium term as we move forward. So that's broad math from my side.
Good. So those are big numbers. So Sadaf, let me ask you the next question. When you look at a market like Karnataka of this size, so one is of course the overall macro numbers which we just talked. But when you go down one step deeper, how actually do you analyze the various segments and how actually do you strategize around that? Which are the segments which you see are prevalent in Karnataka, which are generating a lot of economic activity, and where is the potential segment-wise do you see, and how do you plan for that?
Yeah, thanks, Vinay. I think first thing that we look at Karnataka from a point of view is that it's not a new market, it's a mature market. So the customers have been in microfinance sphere for some time. I think Samit did a great job in explaining how the microfinance business has evolved over the period of time here. And having an industry which is 50,000 crores almost, and a client base which is like a very, very large client base, 3 million plus client base. So I think we go from an approach that what is the kind of business that our client is engaged in. So Karnataka, I think over a period of time has kind of come up over certain crises like Kolar and other issues, demonetization and other issues, because of the diversity of the businesses that people are engaged in. Though largely the agriculture is the common thread which is there for our customers, the target segment that we are talking about. But even in agriculture, there are diversified fields. So a lot of them are in animal husbandry kind of a business. Milk is a big business here, and being a cash business, it helps kind of generate the revenue faster, and it's a pretty stable revenue. Then there are crops like cotton, there is rice cultivation, which is very high. So I think those kind of diversified business helped us to kind of reach out to the customer. So you look at from a geography point of view, if you go towards Bellary and other states, there are mining related businesses which are there. So there are customers who are engaged in that. If you come down a further, you go towards Hubli, that it's an education hub. So you have a lot of education related industry there. Then agriculture is everywhere, almost in the peripheral areas. Karnataka generally gets stereotyped in the IT hub kind of a name tag, and also now lately startup hub. But if you look at the rural sphere, there is a lot of entrepreneurship. So a lot of small businessmen, small business shops, kirana shops and all of that. So when we design our product, we look at the customer segment in that space, and we look at those kind of products. So I think Ganesh talked about the potential of the market. I think now the potential we look at from Karnataka point of view, we look at graduation of the customer. So customer has been transacting in microfinance for some time now. She needs credit plus facilities and higher credit. So which can be in the form of say a business loan, which is coupled like as a gold loan, or a kind of a collateralized larger ticket kind of a business loan, which could be looked at as a housing finance or a LAP kind of a product. So those are the things that we are innovating with, and that's how we look at Karnataka as a market. So when we are talking about 1 trillion rupees of portfolio that Ganesh is talking about, it's going to be mix of all. So the traditional JLG loan plus a hybrid loan, which is quite partly secured, partly unsecured, and something like a LAP which will come in. So that's how we look at it. The good part about Karnataka is like diversified sources of income. Milk business is a key one, small kirana shop is another one, and agri. So it helps us kind of give product and not be dependent on cycle of a one particular kind of a business which can affect the portfolio. So that's how we look at it.
Good, good. So from the numbers, we typically, Anand, get an impression that it's not really an emerging market in that sense. a lot of reach out has already happened from as far as the microfinance industry is concerned. And of course, we have the limit of 3 lakh family income, right? So an economy which is very rich also is purely from a very selfish perspective, not a very good thing for us because we have this cap of 3 lakhs. Within this market, the way we've discussed the numbers, where do we see future potential in terms of growth? Are these some specific geographies, or are we talking of some specific industries, communities? How do we look at that, and how can one strategize around that?
Yeah, thanks, Vinay. Yeah, I think, other panelists have mentioned, like, yeah, as you also told, it's a mature market. And as Ganesh said, we are the third largest, in terms of GDP per capita. Also a large microfinance base. We said 55 lakh, unique borrowers at a minimum. So we are in I would say, as you said, a situation where our customers are going ahead of the 3 lakh income, and we have to find a way to keep them. Otherwise, they will be moving out. I think across Karnataka, if you see, penetrations, of course, in the south is more, but overall, I think it is not very uneven, except for maybe the hilly region. So the challenge for institutions like us is how do we meet our customers' requirement when the regulations say that there's only so much you can do. You can already see it in our numbers. Like a lot of our customers are moving beyond the 3 lakh income. Regulations is one, and I think the regulations can be solved. I mean, it's not that the regulator would not understand. I think we have to change. I think it's come up across the discussions that the reach has been met. Now it's really how do you segment the customers, borrowers, and really give them what they want. Like Sadaf also said, can you give a combination, not just unsecured loan? A lot of other panelists said, how do you give more innovative kind of loans? If we don't do it, I think the customers will move on and look at other, other financial institutions. Yeah, so that's where we are. Yeah.
Great, interesting problem to have, I must say. Harish, let me come to you now. So you've been observing the growth, and you've played your part in terms of how microfinance sector in the state has grown. So of course we give loans, we collect loans, and all that stuff is there. But what are the other things that you've seen, if I may, as somebody who's half outside, half inside? What are the other kind of things that you've seen, changes that have been brought about either at the community level or otherwise? What are the other kind of spillover effects, if I could call, that you've seen that the growth of microfinance in Karnataka has brought about?
Thank you. Good evening, all. So before touching that point, Vinay sir, I would like to touch upon the rich and diversified agrarian economy of Karnataka. Karnataka has close to 1 crore hectares of arable net sown land available here, with 36 to 37% as an irrigated land, which is one of the highest in the country. Here we can see the diversified crops, like when you go to Western Ghats, you can see areca nut, coffee, horticulture crops and spices, condiments. And when you come down, you have a very rich riverbeds like Krishna and Kaveri Basin, where you have sugarcane, paddy, and chilies. But I also like to mention about the Gulbarga area's contribution in pulses. But every sambar or dal, wherever it is prepared in India, the 50% contribution comes from the Gulbarga area. Having said that, let's not forget the milk sector. I think Sadaf already mentioned. The Karnataka is the second highest milk producing state in the country, with 1.6 crore liters being produced per day, and out of which 1.2 crore liters per day is a marketable thing. And you see the Karnataka Milk Federation collects almost like close to 1 crore liters a day collection capacity. This gives a huge number for us, basically how much we can reach. But definitely the microfinance advancement in the state is also linked to all these agrarian economy, especially if you see the milk production is a co-developed with microfinance, of course, because we always say in our banking days that these things can happen. But having said that, now today in Karnataka, see, whatever the 35,000 jobs we created as an in total industry, as per Acme records, now it is around 35,000 employees, means these guys are picked up from the college dropout or school dropout and making them employable, training them and making them. And a lot of institutions also invest in their further education. We also do that, we give them the free holidays and pay their fee, college fee, so that they'll graduate and post-graduate and advance in their lives. I think a lot of institutions like Great Access Grameen has their one in-house training program for 3 months for these kind of stuff. So I think these are all very, very important items. Even IDF does a lot of things, even I would say about other BC models. But overall, as a microfinance institutions across this state, I think we have done fantastic job in creating jobs. And most of them, I mean, today it may be 40,000 on-roll jobs available, but a lot of, even the double that number in last 10 years would have migrated to the other employable places for a better jobs rather than working in the field. But as you said, the collaboration is, as you said, we work as a BC. In 2006, I was part of bank along with Ganesh and Uday, where I was part of a team with the district collector and RBI. The Gulbarga is the second district in the country after Ernakulam to complete the first level of financial inclusion, where we have opened 4.5 lakh bank accounts for the BPL families.
Okay.
The entire district was available at the administration and we worked on that. But at that time, we don't know.
Which have some kind of a steady cash flow going. And I'm sure in the earlier panel also it was mentioned about data being captured by HDFC from dairy. So is there any thought around developing cash flow based products? So I would just open it up to each of you to just share as to what kind of innovations on that front we're thinking of.
Yeah, I think the product has to meet the requirement of the borrower. So definitely we have innovated over the period of time. We started off with a classic JLG product, but we realized a lot of our customers are into like cattle rearing business, poultry, cattle and other things. For them, initial loan of 10,000 or 15,000 would not work because a cow or a buffalo does not come in 10, 15,000. So we started a new product, which was a dairy loan product, which was a slightly higher ticket size of a 50,000 rupees initially itself. Similarly, we realized that some of our customers are into a kirana business, where they require working capital. They don't require a term loan kind of a facility. They need a working capital which they can pay off very quickly. So we introduced a product called, for our company, Matut Small and Growing Businesses, which is kind of a collateralized where a customer keeps her jewelry and we give her a loan for that and she repays her as she gets the repayment or the revenue from her sales. So I think similarly, I think we would have to innovate. We would have to meet the requirement of the borrower. Increasingly, see, the customer with the maturity of the market has become very aspirational. Earlier, which was considered as a consumption or a kind of a loan which was consumer durable loan like financing of a mobile was considered as a consumption loan or a kind of a non-productive loan. But now a smartphone has become a enabler for business. So it's a kind of a product which we need to finance to help our customer come to the kind of a digital foray and create more revenue. I think very interesting topic were getting discussed during the day. Somebody talked about how the digital penetration will go up because the customer's revenue is largely cash, whereas we are talking about digital. So what we have done is to help the customer create a QR code in our business and help her kind of get digital revenue so that if she has a cash flow or the revenue flow in the digital format, she can repay it. So similarly, I think the responsibility of the microfinance ecosystem is to provide digital literacy to our customer. So digital penetration can only happen if there is digital literacy. Because not only how to receive money or pay money, but how to also be secure about it is important to mention. So products have to innovate according to the requirement of the borrower.
Interesting.
think.
Yeah, Ganesh.
Yeah. So I think for the question that you asked, Vinay, I think it's very early days from the change of regulation, and a lot of things are evolving. I think microfinance is moving more towards adequate financing, which was missing. For example, today you construct a home today, depending on the lender, they will give you enough money. You need to bring in probably 5%, 10%. But for example, in our company, the maximum exposure we have is towards the dairy sector. Right? And my average ticket size per borrower is less than 50,000 bucks.
Mm-hmm.
If you need to buy a good cattle today, you need to bring in 40 to 50% of equity. Right? So earlier there were restrictions of number of institutions, etc. Now probably the customer will borrow adequately from one or two institutions which they are comfortable with. So your competitive forces are going to kick in, how you treat your customer, what services you provide to your customer. I think all the discussions that we had through the day today here are in the right direction. A lot of things will change, a lot of things will evolve. But not even to the smallest fraction, I have the fear where we would overstep, because we have seen even in a state like Karnataka, where I have 25-year-old customers, they don't borrow beyond what they can repay, right? Unless they are externally influenced. So if you are connected with the customer, if you understand your customer better, I think they also play out their role very well. And the core concept of funding to women is she's a lot more aspirational, she's a lot more responsible, she spends towards productive use. So all of this, as long as we follow the principles of microfinance, spend enough time with the customer to understand their household and do your business properly, I think things cannot go wrong. And with in India being the only country where there is a bureau for microfinance, and SROs, not one, there are many, states, central, etc. All of us working together, I think if there is anything that is going awry, I think all of us will work together to correct it.
Wonderful. Yeah, Harish, your views?
Yeah, Vinay, you asked the right question as per the cash flow mechanism analysis, because Samita told about the advancement of microfinance. There was an SHG model, there was an JLG model. Now, everybody knows, a lot of the people are working on the ground. While giving the loan, it is a group loan. While collecting, it has become an individual loan already. So, no way we can ignore the cash flow analysis, because previously, if you see the RBI guidelines, was 1.25 lakh was the limit. So obviously, everybody used to tick that. Today, there is a 3 lakh barricade, so everybody tick that. The ticking model will not work in future, because we will see the lot of issues on the ground unless until we build very robust cash flow mechanism analytics, because the 10, 15 years back when we are lending in innovation in the rural, the MSMEs or traders, where we have a non-paper credit model we have evolved 10 years ago, or now there's a bigger need or larger need in MFI sector to understand and document the cash flow mechanism of the families. Otherwise, we can't sustain this growth.
Anand,
yeah, I think, see, we all want to do this, but we are not doing enough, I think, because the demand is there. I think because JLG model has been working well. Though I think one change that has definitely happened is, I think, the income, the capturing of the income, right?
Yeah.
Because RBI is mandated, we also see its value. So I think that is becoming sharper. With that, I think we'll start moving in that direction.
Wonderful.
Or competition comes and tells us you have to do this.
Yeah, that's a valid point. The more data we're collecting, more robust the data is, that will feed into product development. Yes, Sadaf.
One point I wanted to add, I think Samita did mention that 2030, whether we'll see an individual kind of a loan model, and where I think most of the microfinance industry abroad has moved to, except for Bangladesh probably. But I think that is what is, I think the new regulation is hinting towards. If you look at the regulation, there is no word as JLG.
Yeah.
So basically the hint is that you look at individual based on an individual capacity. And now I think good thing that the industry has done is there is a good amount of data with the credit bureau. And you can assess an individual on a repayment behavior and repayment capacity. I think that is what is happening with FYR regulation. I think eventually it will move into an individual loan portfolio, but I think it's going to be for a while a slow transition, but eventually you would have to look at the customer in an individual way. The other aspect which you mentioned about the loan sizes going up, I think there is still a lot of potential. If I talk about our organization, we have done a very extensive check with the credit bureau data. So we have looked at the customers' average FOIR is around 27%. So there is still a lot of scope in terms of lending. And I would say, and I would echo what Ganesh has said, I think microfinance as an institution has gone through a mother of stress test, which is COVID. COVID 1 and COVID 2, like, and that is on the back of other issues that were there. So I think if the customer has been able to pay during that time, I think this customer is very, very creditworthy and they will continue to repay.
Thank you. Thank you, Sadaf. I open it up to the floor, to the audience to ask questions. Please be as specific as possible. Ask questions, avoid views because, yeah, we need to wrap up. Yeah, please go ahead.
So just wanted to understand on the Oaken framework, wanted to understand from your 10,000 perspective, feet view perspective, what is the adoption looking like? Is it coming from the regulator? What is the technology adoption? And when we look at, if I would call MFI as an asset class, do we look at this same customer segment also being part of this framework? Because the way it is going, what it seems to be is that it is getting into an individual loan portfolio. So it is all going to be grouped under the same segment. And how does this Oaken framework work, just from your perspective?
So I'll answer that question. So Oaken, the issue there for us, for microfinance sector, is that we are constrained by the availability of a unique identifier in the microfinance bureau. Aadhaar we cannot capture. Voter ID is not really a very robust unique identifier. When you go to Consumer Bureau, PAN number backed by Aadhaar is a good unique identifier. Why I'm insisting on this is, talking about this is because Oaken is totally end-to-end automated. Okay, that's the platform. I don't need to get into the platform. I'm sure you know what Oaken is. So that is one issue that we have. For relationship customers, Oaken would be a wonderful platform for us because we don't really need to depend on the credit bureau records so much. We have the records with us. So there, I'm sure, and in terms of integration, it's quite easy. You just have to link up with the APIs and the thing works. So I'm aware of members who are looking at it, but to go whole hog like an HDFC bank or an ICICI bank is doing is a bit in the future. What we are hoping is that something like Udyam number, which is backed by Aadhaar, the more Udyam numbers we are able to issue to our borrowers, which we are doing, all of us are collaborating to do that. The more Udyam numbers we issue, the more we'll be able to onboard on such platforms which are totally automated.
Check. Sorry.
Anybody would like to add to that, please?
Yeah, just a question.
Yeah, please go ahead.
By the light, so you might not be able to see me. Most of you talked about, in some conversation or other, fintech being a competitor kept coming up, right? Is there thoughts of Acme Tech coming up, with all of you coming together and forming a group and coming up with a common products or even a technology that every single MF company would adopt? Don't you think that would reduce the cost of operations or cost of?
I think, fintech, while we all spoke about fintech, I think for the last mile delivery, distribution of money is very easy using fintech, but I think collection, you need to have a backup, which is where the microfinance is playing as a big differentiator, right? So even if you saw during COVID, we were able to do better because you were able to connect to the customer when nothing else was working. So I think that last mile connectivity, the physical person, so a combination of tech and physical will be apparent for microfinance, in my view, for a long term. However, with common technology, I think a lot of senior panelists have spoken. Manjunath sir had spoken about collaboration, etc. I think it could be something that could come up in the future. I think as an industry, we would be open to it, but it depends on a lot of factors, right? So for example, today, even when we do a small securitization deal, the amount of data points that are different from every institution to institution, you go mad, right? So you talk we acquired a company which was in the same business, but again, two softwares, how it is, different. It's quite complex. So it could come probably at a later time, but I think it's a right direction to think about it.
Ms. Rajesh SG. I have one question. Do you have any, regarding all financial institutes, microfinance institute, do you have any fast loan providing model, like with all security, with minimum security, and they also repay the amount very fastly? Do you have any kind of such kind of model instance? We can provide a lot of customers, like we have more than 75 lakh students around India. So do you have, if you have such kind of provisions instance, we can recommend you so many loan takers. Thank you.
Good, you can take it offline maybe and engage with them.
I really appreciate the people for being such a best. The fact is, microfinance is definitely organized sector, because compared to the unorganized, where judiciary deals a matter of the antisocial elements also being involved. I just appreciate for being such a good, for being a organized finance sector for all the needs. I just want to know, is microfinance is being dealt with both the agriculture as well as the non-agriculture? That's all. My name is Emperor Gunishekar Naidu, Excellent Judge, Excellent Justice, and Excellent Chief Justice.
Yeah,
I really
we got
appreciate
that.
it.
We
I
got
really
that
appreciate it.
question. Yeah, thank you. So we cater to all kind of people, agriculture, non-agriculture, everybody. Any other questions? Good. Thank you for being such a nice audience, and thank you to all the members here.
Thank you. Thank you, dignitaries. I'll just request Mr. Kishore Kumar from Sagraha to honor Mr. Anand Rao, CEO Chaitanya India Fin Credit Private Limited, and Mr. Sadaf Saeed, CEO Muthoot Microfinance Limited. I would request Mr. Martin Pimpli from Ujjivan to honor Mr. Ganesh Narayan, CEO Credit Access Grameen Limited, and Mr. Harish Raghu, CEO Sagraha Management Services Private Limited. Sir, I would also request you to honor, Harish. Harish Raghu. Yeah, please go. I request you to honor even Mr. Vinay Kumar Singh, Head SRO and Compliance, MFIN. Thank you everyone. Thank you, sir. Thank you all. This event would not have been possible without the presence of our esteemed dignitaries, the founders of ACME. it's a time to felicitate Mr. Vivekanand Salimat. Mr. Vivekanand Salimat.
All the names first.
I would request Mr. Pradeep from Ujjivan to felicitate Mr. Vivekanand Salimat. I request Mr. Samhit Ghosh to be on the stage. Request Kishore Mangalwari from FinCare to felicitate Mr. Samhit Ghosh. I would like to call out the names of other two founders, Padma Shri Aloysius Prakash Fernandez and Mr. Suresh Krishna, who are not present at the event. We would like to honor the contributors who made the microfinance in Karnataka sector report, Mr. Krishna Kumar Singh, to be on the dais, please. Mr. Krishna Kumar Singh.
No one who achieves success does so without acknowledging the help of others. The wise and confident acknowledge this help with gratitude. I request Dr. Shantakumar, Secretary ACME and Business Head L&T Finance, to share the vote of thanks to our eminent gathering.
Thank you. Good evening. I know we are all hungry. It will not take much time. We'll finish in 2 minutes. But definitely it's our duty to thank the contributors for this such a great event. I'm sure you all had a great evening. It's a feast of knowledge, interacting with so many seniors and learning from them, hearing from them. So first of all, I thank the speakers from the government. Mr. Ashwin Gowda, IRS Managing Director, Karnataka Skill Development Corporation, Government of Karnataka, for coming and basically giving his information about the government services. And Ragapriya, Dr. Ragapriya, IAS Mission Director, NLM. We thank on behalf of ACME for coming over and giving us the inputs about the schemes available from the government of Karnataka. Also, I thank the founders of ACME once again, Padma Shri Aloysius Fernandez, Samit Ghosh, Vivekanand Salimat ji, and Suresh Krishna. So without their effort, this ACME wouldn't have been in shape, and so many achievements this association has done so many years and faced so many crises was possible because of the foresight and vision from all these senior leaders. And I would like to thank the executive members, committee members of ACME, Mr. Venkatesh, Chairman, MD IFL Samstha, Kishore from Sagraha is the Vice Chairman, Pradeep from Ujjivan Small Finance Bank is the Treasurer, Uday Kumar sir and Vivekanand Salimat, Anand Balerao, they are the executive members of this board. Also Dr. Manjunath for special invited from SKDRDP, giving timely inputs for the smooth work of this organization. I would like to thank Mr. Srinivasan, a sector expert. Without his contribution and work, especially on the sector report, this event wouldn't have been possible, sir. Thank you very much for taking up this initiative and giving it a wonderful book, which gives a lot of insights about the market in Karnataka. Thank you so much. And also the Krishna Kumar Singh, who has helped in survey, as well as Ravindra Deshmukh, who has translated the book to Kannada. From the speaker perspective, especially we had a wonderful panel discussions. The first discussion, I thank Samit Ghoshji for moderating the first session on the microfinance in Karnataka, especially on the sector, and the speakers, N. Srinivasan, Uday Kumarji,
Dr. L.H. Manjunath and Vivekanand Salimat giving their inputs and the insights about the industry in Karnataka. And the second session, which is the path-breaking session on digitization, especially in the opportunities, challenges for microfinance institutions and future perspectives. On behalf of ACME, thank Gigi Memon, Executive Director and CEO Sadhan for moderating the session. And the speakers, Shiv Prakash Devaya, Director and CIO, IFL Samstha Finance, and Sudesh Putran, CTO, Credit Access Grameen Limited, Martin, PS, COO, Ujjivan Small Finance Bank, and Lingraju Savkar, President, Crintril India. So I thank all the speakers and moderator for basically giving us long, beautiful insights about the technology and how the future of this industry is going to be. It's very, very clear thought process which has come for the benefit of all the audience here. And third session, especially the microfinance driving inclusive growth, unlocking the unreached potential in state of Karnataka. I thank on behalf of ACME moderator Vinay Kumar Singh, the head SRO and compliance from MFIN, and the speakers Anand Balerao, CEO Chaitanya Microfin, Sadaf Saeed, CEO Muthoot Microfin, Ganesh Narayan, CEO Credit Access Grameen, and Harish Ji, MD Sagraha. Sir, this discussion was really insightful. So a lot of inputs about the Karnataka as a state, the market potential. It has given a very clear insights. Thank you so much for your time and the inputs given in this regard. I would like to thank the principal sponsors. The event would have been possible because of these sponsors. One is Credit Access Grameen Limited, Satya Micro Capital Limited, Ujjivan Small Finance Bank, L&T Finance Limited, IFL Samstha Finance Limited, Kindrel and Chaitanya India Fin Credit Private Limited. All these 7 principal sponsors along with 3 co-sponsors, Save Sagraha, Muthoot Microfin, and MSWAS Solutions. I thank on behalf of ACME all these principal sponsors and co-sponsors for hosting this event. Also, I thank industry SROs, the MPIN representatives, Sadhan representatives who came to this occasion and graced this occasion and given valuable inputs in the panel as well. The most important part of this, the whole event is the organizers. From ACME, we have VN Yagde, CEO, and Ramchandra Venkatra Kulkarni and Sagar. So all these 3 people, I know the history of this event. We wanted to do 2 years back. Because of various reasons, it got postponed. But relentlessly, they put their efforts forward and ensured that event came to a successful closure. I thank on behalf of the ACME board, all these 3 individuals who made this possible. And special mention about the arrangements for logistics for this event, largely from Credit Access Grameen, especially Vikas Kumar. I would like to thank him, the person, yeah, he's standing here. So I can say is a single pillar, basically, who basically worked very closely with all the ACME executive committee members and taken the inputs and single-handedly he supported for the success of this event. Thank you so much, Vikas Kumar. And also Ashwini for program support and vendor management. Puttraju from for Microfinance Karnataka Summit logo creation, Summit collaterals and event support, Bhavana for copy and event support, Prerana Prasad for the content development, Rajesh Kumaran for event support, Madhu Sudan for video and ACME concept and editing and event support, Reshma Mehboob and Ramya Jennifer. These 2 people, wonderful anchoring for this event. Thank you so much for this wonderful contribution. And for the investor relations team, especially we had support from Ujjivan admin team as well as L&T finance team who proactively supported the Vikas team for implementation of this. Thank you so much for this. And I also thank Mohit Begur for giving a wonderful invocation song. And most important, this event wouldn't have been successful or possible without the representation from the member MFIs. So I would like to call out the member MFIs, Belstar, BFIL, BSS, Chaitanya, Credit Access Grameen, IDF, Muthoot, NABARD, Financial Services, Navachetana, IFL Samstha, ROARS, L&T Finance, NOCPL, Sagraha, SKDRDP, Samuha, Sangamitra, Satin, ESAF, FinCare, Small Finance Bank, Jana Small Finance Bank, Suryodaya Small Finance Bank, Ujjivan Small Finance Bank, Equitas Small Finance Bank, Swatantra, Swaman and Spandana. And there are some other participants, representatives who are there in this event. Kindly pardon me in case if I miss anybody's name. Definitely your presence and your valuable inputs had added to the success of this event. On behalf of ACME, wholeheartedly I thank each one of you for coming and making this a success. For event partners, I thank Hotel Lalit Ashok for giving this wonderful space and also the ambience is very important to conduct the event. Thank Hotel Lalit Ashok on behalf of ACME for live streaming, photography and videography, live webcasting team. So wonderfully it has come up already in all the social media. Thank you so much for their efforts and service. Event support, Madrons Communications for print, it's a Printo support, gifting Raga Arts and K2 Communication for PR works. I thank each one of them for their wonderful contribution. I thank each one of you once again for making this event grand success. Thank you so much. The lunch, dinner arranged. Kindly, please be there and take the dinner and please move. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for joining us today at the Microfinance Karnataka Summit 2023. You have been a wonderful and enthusiastic audience, and as always, we are grateful for your patronage. We now invite you to join us for the dinner to draw the summit to a close. We kindly request the guests to move towards the dais for a group picture.
This is Reshma and Ramya. This is Reshma. This is Reshma and Ramya, your host for the evening, signing off. Thank you and good night.
ACME Organizing Committee, please come to the dais.